So, are we ready for a change of pace yet? I know I certainly am. So hasn't it been interesting this year so far since the start of January 2024? Like, in a nutshell, here's how it feels to me that January, it felt like January was quite sleepy. And it was almost like we were really, or I was really, really tired and just not knowing what to do. And then towards the end of January, it felt like all of a sudden something alerted in me. It felt like something was waking up in me, and I started to feel the motivation. Then February, you know, we had the arising Chiron North Node conjunction coming in, and there was a sense of there must be something that needs to be changed. There was a sense of irritation, a sense of vulnerability, almost like a flavor of it that, you know, you were catching in the wind, or maybe you're a bit sensitive about things. And then March hit and it started to feel a lot more real. You know, lots of people were coming to me with slights and triggers, you know, like they were dealing with some very, very deep personal stuff that had felt like we were sleeping on the job for a long time. And then all of a sudden it was becoming real. Now we're at the tail end of April. I'm recording this on the 26th of April. And April has been a very, very fast hitting and dynamic month. Now the overall feeling that I'm getting is this kind of whizzing along, like loads of stuff is happening, you know. So we had the eclipses start at I think it's the 25th of March. And then we had the eclipse part 2 on the 8th, the total solar eclipse. We've had so many different things, including the very recent Uranus and Jupiter conjunction that's finally come in. And now they're still in conjunction and will be for quite some time. So that energy is still playing out. Also, we've just finished our first full Mercury retrograde of the year, which has also been going over Chiron and the North Node. Oh, my goodness. What a busy year. Now, as we're entering May, what is coming up? Well, we are building up the Jupiter energy. That's the first thing, you know, as I see as a highlight, we are absolutely building up on the Jupiter energy. Jupiter is changing signs on the 25th of May, going into the sign of Gemini. So things are going to start to shift and feel quite new and fresh. Lots and lots of new beginnings. You know, Gemini is very much a sign that absolutely loves being a bit of a butterfly, you know, like going from one thing to another, to another, to another. So the first thing that I come up with, you know, in my interpretations is this sense of approaching choice. Like, what are we going to spend our time doing? How are we going to know what to dive into and what not? Obviously, Jupiter likes to do it big. So there's going to be some interesting stuff coming up in May for sure. So let's start to explore and unpack this right now. I mean, what this video is about is the first part of it is to understand what's coming up. You know, what are the headlines in terms of the energy? How are they likely to touch us, reach us, inspire us, and move us along? And then I'm going to break it down on a week by week basis. So talk about the different aspects happening in week 1 and week 2, week 3 and week 4. And as I can see it, this month actually gets progressively more energetic. You know, so the first week, you know, if you need to take a bit of a break, I recommend you do it in week 1 and absolutely tune in to all the things you want to bring in for the rest of the month, because I think some conscious thought and some conscious direction of your thought and energy will be really, really helpful, because this could really run and run and run with all the Jupiter energy. So in part 2, I'm going to be looking at a breakdown sign by sign basis. So they are your monthly forecasts. Now, for those of you that tune in each month, you'll know that I record these for your ascending sign. It's a Western whole sign chart forecast. So for instance, I do these forecasts as if I am using Western astrology, which I am. So tropical astrology, not sidereal, not Vedic. It's Western tropical. And I am looking that there is one sign per house, not Placidus. Now, if you're a Placidus fan, and to be fair, I do all of my work in Placidus, unless somebody asks me to go into whole sign, but I do all of my preference is for Placidus. The reason I record whole sign forecasts is because it appeals or it's more easily understood to a much greater audience. Now, if you are looking at Placidus and thinking, well, hang on, this isn't in my second house, like Louisa is saying, it's in my third house, then simply listen to the next ascendant along, where you'll get whatever I'm talking about in the third house. I am going to do a video of this where I actually demonstrate it live on screen so you can understand what I'm sharing. I think most people know how to convert them and listen to the right forecast. Something else I would say as well is, some people say, well, can't I just listen to my star sign and my moon sign? And to that, I absolutely say yes. They are designed for your ascendant. And in my true and honest opinion, I think they work better from an ascendant perspective. However, you know, if you absolutely feel there is, if your instinct is drawing you to listen to your star sign, like your sun sign or your moon sign, then feel free to use these forecasts in the way that works best for you. I always advocate that whatever you feel as a real sort of intuitive knowing, that you must follow that ahead of astrology. I don't think astrology should be leading you. You should be knowing what to tune into. And that's absolutely the basis of my practice with astrology, is we should still be in charge. We should still understand how we can interact with it. You know, I don't find fatalistic astrology of this is going to happen. I don't find it very useful. I want this to be practical for you. So use it in the right way for you. As a general rule, if you're listening to your star sign, think of it as what's likely to happen to your personality in this month ahead. You know, what challenges and experiences and inspirations might you have in your personality. Now, if you are looking at it at the moon sign, you might ask yourself, what is my psyche going through? What is my soul? What is my intuitive yearning going through right now? And of course, the ascending sign is there to really show you how your life is laid out in this month ahead. So it really encompasses all of that. So I hope that helps you and answers that. I am going to do a video on this because it comes up every month. So anyway, without further ado, let's bring up some useful little bits of information. So as you know, I like to put a lot of information on slides so that I can whisk through this, because there's always so much information that goes into these forecasts and I don't want to remember it from the top of my head. So the first thing I wanted to talk about in terms of this month ahead is that there's subtle energies going on. You know, I've been talking all month, all year actually, about the biggest challenges. What's big, what's going on? What are we immediately feeling and noticing? And whilst, yeah, there's some very useful stuff in that, I also think it's worth paying attention to the smaller signs. One thing I noticed this month in particular is there's fewer big aspects, i.e. like the square energies, the oppositions, and there's a lot more semi-squares and semi-sextiles. So what do I mean by this? So because all of the planets currently are looking a lot more merged together, there's not much space between them. You know, a square forms when there's a 90-degree angle between one planet and another, as you can see here with this is the chart for the 1st of May. So as we're going into May, we've got Pluto and the moon in a square to the sun. Now, you know, with all these forecasts, I'm only including the moon on real big things like eclipses, but we don't have them this month, full moons and new moons, because the moon makes aspects to planets every single day without fail. And, you know, there's always squares and oppositions with the moons, but the moon aspects go so fast. They're more appropriate, I think, for a daily forecast. I'm not doing a daily forecast. I'm doing a month ahead on a week by week basis. So I'm using all the planets and not referring much to the moon, because that is really changeable. You know, the moon is creating these momentary energies, you know, where you might feel suddenly triggered and then a couple of hours later have forgotten about it. So, you know, that doesn't really form part of the overall picture to me, I don't think. But anyway, these big aspects like the squares, we've got trines, which give us a 120-degree angle in here between Juno and Venus, and also Juno and the sun. But I'm not talking so much about the trines, because what there is more of, given that they're all close together, are these micro aspects. So a square is 90 degrees. So if we make a triangle between the center, the moon and the sun, there's a 90-degree angle in the middle. But a semi-square is a 45-degree angle. And so we've got lots and lots of 45-degree angles, for instance, you know, where we've got Saturn here maybe, and maybe, I don't know what is in a semi-square off the top of my head, but you know, it's more than a sign, it's a sign and a half. So it's about from here to here. And semi-squares, they create a similar feeling of frustration as you get with the squares and the oppositions. However, they're easier to remedy. So with a square, irritations are very consciously felt and observed. It gets very, very clear what is controlling us, irritating us, triggering us. It's big. With the semi-squares, we get a sense of it rumbling. We get a sense of frustration, but we also, you know, we're not overwhelmed by it. So I actually see semi-squares as being quite beneficial because they're not blasting us with frustration, but they're giving us just enough to move us on to the next bit. I find them quite motivating personally. So there's a lot of semi-squares, and I don't normally include them in these monthly forecasts because there's usually enough big stuff going on to comment on. But there's a lot of semi-squares. So there's lots of small but motivating angles that create an element of grr, you know, where we're sort of like growling to ourselves and slightly irritated, but it's enough irritation to move us on to the next thing. And then we've got lots of semi-sextiles. So first of all, what's a sextile? A sextile is what occurs with one of these short blue lines where we've got, say, the moon here and we've got Mars here. A sextile is two signs. So it's 60 degrees, say from here to there. And there's your sextile. A semi-sextile is a 30-degree angle. So for instance, we could, and they're, you know, so for instance, Chiron here is in a semi-sextile with Uranus. There's a smaller orb. And what do I mean by an orb? I'm sure most of you know, but, you know, with these angles, like a 90-degree angle, or a conjunction where two planets come together, we usually give them an orb of difference, say 8 degrees. So for instance, the square happens at 90 degrees, but for instance, if two planets are 82 degrees apart, or 98 degrees apart, they're also in a square. But the more exact they are to 90 degrees, the stronger they are. And you can also see if they're approaching into the square formation or passing out. So we say, is it applying into the square, and is it separating? You know, because the separations are easier. You know, where things are applying and coming in, they are building in strength and intensity. So with the orbs of difference, for a semi-sextile or a semi-square, we don't allow 8 degrees either side. You know, it's like 2 or 3 degrees either side. So Chiron here and Neptune, for instance, are in a semi-square. Now, sextiles, these ones of 60 degrees, are seen as being motivational. You know, we get this sense of ease, we get a sense of pleasure, and things are flowing along really nicely. Now, they don't always give us the get up and go to actually do something. You know, sometimes it just feels quite easy. But I find the sextiles and semi-sextiles, because they're just a little short burst of ease, they kind of pep us up a little bit. And so I see them actually as a little building block of movement. You know, it's not loads of ease that we just want to lie back on a beach somewhere and listen to the waves. We get like this short little burst of easy energy, but it's not overwhelming. And so, you know, we've still got our mind on other things, you know, so we can feel kind of comfortable. And I see it as a building block of confidence. We feel like, yeah, we can get busy with this. You know, this is easy, and I'm still functioning. You know, in my real body, I can still feel what's going on. So I actually see that the combination of having semi-squares and semi-sextiles has been really beneficial. I see it that we are continuously moving throughout May. You know, May is moving us. There's nothing so big that it floors us in a way that it might have done in March and April. So I see this as being a very practical month. So even though, you know, these are very subtle energies, the fact that there are so many of them, I see as these little building blocks encouraging us and frustrating us enough to make the next move. So I see this as a real big thumbs up. Now, the next thing that is worth commenting on, and that is Pluto retrograde in this month ahead. So we've got Pluto retrograde, and it's retrograde from the 2nd of May. So literally we go into May and then boom, Pluto's working backwards. You can see it here at 2:06 on the 1st of May, and then it goes retrograde, and it is going to, I'm pointing to it here, it's actually been squashed on a little bit on this chart, but it's going to be moving from 2 degrees in the sign of Aquarius back to 29.38 in the sign of Capricorn. So it's going to dip back into Capricorn later on this year. And then on the 12th of October, it goes forwards again, it goes direct. So it's going retrograde for 162 days, which is about 5¼ months. During this time, if we think Pluto is bringing up stuff about control issues, and it feels quite often, if Pluto is over something big in your chart, you'll really feel it, because there is this real need to get in control of whatever is. It almost feels like things are transforming outside of your conscious awareness. You know, it's like things are coming in and it's difficult to manage. That's how I experience Pluto. You know, it feels like things are impacting on our life and we don't have much control over them. Now, when Pluto goes retrograde, I think the energy is more subtle. So it's less about what's like coming onto you and how you can manage that. It's more a direct inquiry. I think Pluto retrograde moments give us this opportunity to sit back a little bit, to wait for things to clear, to wait for that sense of clarity, that moment where you, that's what I need to do. It's almost like asking us just to wait and not actively dive into the big transformation. So Pluto retrograde is just saying, you know, this transformation you're on right now, it's not, you're not fully in it. You're not in it in the right way. And what's coming up now over the next 5 months is there is a shift. You're able to sit in it a bit more, meditate into it. Notice what is coming up in your life around controls. Notice what is coming up in your life around that situation that you've wanted to control. And so it gives us a chance to recalibrate. You know, how much do we actually want to control our life? And so these retrogrades, I think, are very, very useful. So it is worth understanding where that's happening in your chart, because that is an area of transformation for you that you can be soft and gentle with. So they're the first two subtle changes that I wanted to talk about. Now let's go on to the biggest changes. So here are the you know, some of the big sort of head turning moments in this month ahead, including the new and full moons and planets changing. So on the 8th, we've got the new moon in Taurus at 18 degrees. On the 13th, we've got Uranus Cazimis, just a couple of degrees on from where Uranus and Jupiter came into their conjunction. So that is also piggybacking off that Uranus Jupiter conjunction energy. So we've now in this month ahead got both of them in a Cazimis. So we'll be talking about that. Mercury is going into Taurus on the 15th. Then on the 18th, we've got the Jupiter Cazimis. Can you see what a busy 5 days that is? And you can see how much Jupiter has moved on. You know, Jupiter is rocketing off, getting ready to go into his new sign. Then on the 20th, we've got the Sun going into Gemini. On the 23rd, we've got Venus going into Gemini. On the same day, we've also got the full moon in Sagittarius, which is in opposition to the Sun and Venus. And then a couple of days later, Jupiter is going into Gemini. So we have got this sort of energetic just here of the Sun, Venus, and Jupiter, and the moon over here at the time of the full moon. So this is going to be quite big. And then right at the end of the month, we've got Mars in a conjunction with Chiron. Now, this conjunction does not come up very often. You know, it's every, is it 2.5 years? Let me just double check that. It's really infrequent. So just check that. So Mars and Chiron, they come together in a conjunction every 23 months. So just under 2 years. So this isn't something that happens very often. You know, this is quite, you know, it's big enough to be aware of for sure. One thing that I'm kind of mindful of with this Mars Chiron conjunction is that in this year, we've had lots of things coming into a conjunction with Chiron. So, you know, the sun, obviously the moon makes a conjunction with Chiron each month. Mercury has made, I think, 3 or will make 3 conjunctions with Chiron, because it joined with Chiron, went past it, then went retrograde, and then it's going to go back over it. Mercury will make a conjunction with Chiron this month. Venus has already done it. The North Node has done it. And so Mars is the last personal planet to do it. And so I really think that this Mars-Chiron conjunction on the 29th of May is really ending the Chironic triggering. You know, obviously, if you want to be triggered and if you're definitely, you know, somebody who actually looks forward to a little bit of upset, then I'm sure you'll be able to find it. But what I want to really bring about, you know, when something touches Chiron, it gives us this access. You know, it's giving us a little doorway, a little portal to look deeper into our emotions, our vulnerabilities, what we're trying to hide from ourselves, where we're trying to keep ourselves safe. And so each of these planets, you know, so the sun, the moon, Venus and Mercury and the North Node, they've all been knocking on Chiron's door and saying, look, come on, we just want to find out, what have we got from childhood here that needs to be looked at? Mars is the last one. It's the last time this year that we're really getting involved with this. And so our opportunity here is to, you know, if you have noticed a series of things coming up, all of a very, very similar theme for you, I'm not saying this is your last chance, but this is a very sort of physical and strong feeling moment with Chiron. And it's interesting that it's Mars that is making this last connection with Chiron, because these aren't, you know, obviously the moon will continue to connect with Chiron all the way throughout the year. Saturn's not going to touch Chiron anytime soon. Neptune's not going to catch up with Chiron because Chiron will loop it. Pluto's not going to. Jupiter will, you know, in quite a few years' time. Uranus, you know, actually Chiron will meet Uranus before Uranus meets Chiron. So, you know, there aren't that many deep dives into Chiron, and this is really giving us a deeper dive. So anything that you are wanting to heal in yourself, you're getting a much deeper opportunity. But if you've been really looking at stuff in this last 4 months, you know, since this whole year began, if you've been really paying attention to what's been going on for you, what themes have been going on, what's been ailing you, if you've been working through it, if you've been talking through it, if you've been having coaching and mentoring, whatever your process, if you've been active in this, I really see this as a big release. I see this as a very strong opportunity for us to release things. But of course, if we're trying to hide what we're feeling vulnerable about, then yeah, we need to pay attention. As I'm saying this, I'm realizing I've got my parents visiting me for a month. They're arriving about 10 days before, which gives us ample enough time to build up a series of microaggressions towards each other. So I need to really pay attention to this. As much as I love my parents dearly, you know, this is the kind of aspect that you probably don't want to be around people that's going to generate stuff, or be aware of it, that you're entering into that. Anyway, so yeah, if I was to rate these in importance, I would say Jupiter going into Gemini is the head turner. You know, Jupiter changes signs every 11 months or so, 11 to 12 months. So it's almost like a yearly thing. You know, it's just a little bit more than a yearly thing. It takes Jupiter 11.8 years. Sorry, it doesn't take 11 months. It takes 11.8 years for Jupiter to do a full lap around the zodiac. So, you know, Jupiter visits each sign for just slightly less than a year. And, you know, Jupiter is expanding our experience. He's a planet of growth and opportunities, a planet of well-being, a planet where things grow and emerge, but also inflame. You know, so you want to watch what Jupiter is going to be touching in your chart. If you've got lots of things in the sign of Gemini, Jupiter is going to, you know, do his magic on it. Now, if your planets in Gemini are connected in a series of squares and oppositions to things, then Jupiter's also, you know, aspecting that. So be aware of what's happening. I am going to be doing a Jupiter video or a few Jupiter videos. So don't worry, it's not all captured in here. But it's a significant shift. And then these two Cazimis, I think, are really strong energetic points as well to observe, because, you know, as the sun connects with Uranus, we have ourselves the start of a new synodic cycle. You know, Uranus and the sun, Uranus is independence and change and progression, a feeling of something new and fresh. And it might be uncomfortable because it's so new and fresh. It can be quite rebellious, but there is this sort of feeling of a personal shift to bring us greater freedom, to bring us greater truth, to bring us a greater sense of authenticity in ourselves. And so this is the start of a new authenticity cycle, as far as I can see. And then, you know, Jupiter going into the Cazimi, this is the start of a growth cycle. So yeah, yes, I've been talking about Jupiter and Uranus in their conjunction, which doesn't happen very often, every 13.5 years. And now the sun is going to make a Cazimi aspect to both of them within 5 days. And then a week later, Jupiter is changing signs. There's a really strong Jupiter theme, and you'll actually see even more of that comes out as I look on a week by week basis. So Jupiter is the one that I've got my eyes on in this month ahead. And, you know, in my last Uranus and Jupiter video, where I broke it down on a planet by planet basis, I said it's really important that you understand the quality of your Jupiter in your chart. So if your Jupiter is full of promise and ease and great opportunities, then, you know, your Jupiter coding is growth is good, growth is exciting, let's go with the growth, let's flow with it. But if your Jupiter gets very stressed out by growth, if maybe your Jupiter is involved in a lot of tough squares and oppositions with very difficult planets, let's say, or is absolutely in some kind of square with your nodes, then growth and change could actually be really quite challenging for you. You know, and Jupiter is also about what we believe, our belief systems. So it is worth really understanding how our Jupiter is coded in our charts, and it will give us a really good idea as to how Jupiter's magic is going to take hold. When I do the Jupiter video, we're going to dive back to the last time it was in the sign of Gemini for you. I'll find the dates of the last 2 cycles so that you can see how it influences you. When you look at these cycles at a much bigger, broader and deeper level, you'll start to recognize these cycling patterns. So hopefully that'll be useful. But anyway, one thing I didn't say, with this Mars and Chiron conjunction at the end, it's also in a semi-square to Venus in Gemini. So, you know, not only is Mars and Chiron, they're in their conjunction that happens every 23 months, but Venus is also in a semi-square to Mars. So the Venus energy and Mars energy is frustrated, like saying, come on, let's do something. And then the Venus energy is also frustrated with Chiron. There is this feeling of irritation. And so Venus is actually going to be agitating Mars and Chiron in their conjunction at just the right level to create some change. So I am still very, very hopeful about this. And yes, I've shaded it in a darker color to show that it's quite a volatile and strong energy. If I was to break the month down in terms of which are the biggest dates, in terms of there's a lot happening on each date, I have highlighted these. I try to break it down, but there's a lot going on. But the 18th of May is the first date that really, really gets my attention. We've got Mercury in a semi-square to Saturn, so it's one of those motivating, frustrating moments. We've got Mars in a conjunction to the North Node. Again, that gives us a lot of things to think about. You know, Mars is about our vitality and our energy levels, and the North Node's about our karma and, you know, our direction. Venus is in a conjunction to Uranus that is deeply moving, and then it's also the day of the Jupiter Cazimis. So the 18th of May really packs a punch, really does. And so, you know, I will be obviously releasing a Jupiter Cazimis video as well. So that one is probably worth having a good look at. On the 23rd of May, then, we've got the Sun in a trine with Pluto exact. Venus is in an exact conjunction with Jupiter. Venus is in a sextile to Neptune. We've also got the full moon in Sagittarius. Now, the full moon, you know, so the moon and the sun are in opposition, but the moon is in opposition to Venus and Jupiter as well. And will be in a square, not a square, be in a trine, I think, in a trine to Neptune. So even though it's got a full moon energy, and full moons can be pretty stirring, there's some really nice energy, you know, oppositions between the moon and Venus and Jupiter. I don't see as deeply challenging as if like the moon was in opposition to Uranus or Pluto, let's say. You know, Venus and Jupiter are two benefics. Venus and Jupiter are also beautifully enhanced by Neptune's energy. So I really think this is a very good day, which is why I put it in yellow, basically. Venus is also going into Gemini, and Jupiter is in an exact sextile with Neptune. So the 23rd of May seems to me like a very magical day. You know, it's a day like the Sun in a trine to Pluto, beautiful, strong, transforming, clear, all it, you know, that's in an air sign. Venus in the conjunction to Jupiter in an air sign. Venus sextile Neptune is air and water. Full moon in Sagittarius is the moon's in fire, but the sun is in air. Venus into Gemini, air. Jupiter sextile Neptune is air and water. So there's a very strong air, very strong sort of magical and beneficial energy. A couple of days later, on the 25th of May, Jupiter's going into Gemini. Venus is then in a trine to Pluto, and Mercury's in a semi-square to Neptune. So not as strong, but still a very strong day. Then the 29th of May, I've highlighted just because of the Mars conjunct Chiron energy and Venus in a semi-square to both of them. And then the very last day of the month, there is a conjunction between Mercury and Uranus. Now, given that Mercury is about communication and the mind, and it's the planet of thinking, Uranus is like higher thought. So it's a very, very strong day for ideas and mentality, and how we are using our brains, how we are communicating. So, you know, if you've got any big projects that are absolutely about talking, communicating, presenting, getting out there, getting your ideas and voice out there, it's a very, very strong day. It is worth checking out the rest of the astrology because, you know, Mercury, you know, all of these dates I've given are the exact times when, you know, say Mars is in a conjunction with the North Node. But with all of these, they're coming into the conjunction for a few days before, and then they're still in the conjunction for a few days afterwards. So, you know, as far as I can see, from the 18th of May to the 31st of May, it's a very, very strong time where you might have these exact, but also these coming in. Or you might have these coming in if you choose to do something on the 23rd of May, whilst you're also using the end, like the dregs of this energy. And also this is coming in too. So yeah, it's like the end of May is a super, super strong week. Now, let's have a look on a week by week basis actually at the energy. So again, this is the chart for the 1st of May at midnight. Now, I've set this for the London time zone, London, UK, because it's the midpoint in all the time zones. That's why I've selected it. Also, I'm born not around from, you know, not far from there. So it just makes absolute sense to me to start there. So in week 1, there aren't that many. If I just flick on, you'll see each week seems to get more and more busy. So week 1, I see this as your clear week, the one to make plans and to take practical action or to plan practical action in. So we start the month with an exact square between Venus and Pluto. There's Pluto, and where's Venus? There she is. So we've got that sort of, you know, strong square energy here. We've also got Mars sextile Pluto. There's Mars and there's Pluto. And then on the 6th, we've got Saturn in a semi-square to Pluto. So Pluto's really getting that week going. And that's really going from the 1st to the 6th. So if we think about Pluto, and if you remember, I said Pluto's also going retrograde on the 2nd. You know, the Pluto energy is really strong in this first week. So Venus in a square to Pluto, you know, our desires to control things are emotional, and it might feel like we're getting out of control with our feelings, everything to do with relating to others, sharing, connecting, being in flow with others feels like we're either being controlled by the people in our life, or we are feeling out of control in relation to them and we're trying to control things. So this is quite strong. I know that, you know, when people often feel out of control with the people that they love and the people that are precious to them, we sometimes put pressures on them. You know, we might start to feel a bit jealous or a bit resentful, a bit possessive. We might try to stamp our authority on them a little bit, or kind of rub off on them. You know, we might try to, like, you know, if we were animals, we'd be scent marking all over them. There's definitely something sort of almost territorial about it. And Venus, I don't think, is very comfortable being territorial, but there is this sense of, yeah, we're not quite very relaxed. It feels like, you know, there may be some external threat coming up. Interestingly, by the time of the 3rd, you know, Mars is in a sextile to Pluto. So whatever has been going on at the start of the week, we're starting to feel a little bit more empowered. Mars in a sextile to Pluto is very good, you know, for people like me with Scorpio rising. It's both of our ruling planets in a sextile. So Mars and Pluto in a sextile is that feeling of, okay, I'm motivated to do something now. I'm getting my energy back and I feel in control. So, you know, by the 3rd, you're less likely to be bothered by it and are more able to take independent action to make yourself feel better. And then, you know, towards the 6th, with Saturn in a semi-square to Pluto, I mean, again, that's quite difficult. You know, Saturn is a real stickler for rules and regulations. Saturn does like to have things his own way. Saturn definitely likes to create boundaries on things and try and get things just so. And so you may well either be the person that's trying to get everything just so and feeling the need to get everything perfect, correct, lined up. You might find that the people around you are mucking it up or something. You're just, oh, give it here. You know, it's like people are a lot more conscious of where things aren't going exactly according to their particular plan. And so it feels quite frustrating. I would say this is a very, very frustrating semi-square to have. And it gives us a lot of energy to take a lot more autonomy, to be a lot more motivated to get things right first time. So I see that as actually a signal to us that it's time to step up and to, you know, if we want better results, we have to put a bit of effort in, you know, and if we're not participating, then other people are going to have a much bigger say. Now, on the 7th, we've got a couple of things going on. First of all, Mercury is in a conjunction with Chiron at 21 degrees. So this is a very sort of sore spot, 21 degrees in the sign of Aries. It's been a lot of activity around that neck of the woods. And so we've also, you know, you may well find that at the end of the week, we're reminded of some of the things that we've been working on. And hopefully we're able to talk about it a lot more. You know, we're able to articulate the journey that we've been on. It's funny, you know, I know people in my personal life who have really avoided any kind of deep inquiry. Like, they're really happy to like look at all sorts of aspects in life, but there are certain parts of their world that is shut down. You know, we don't need to look at that because, you know, what's the point? You know, why would you stir up this hornet's nest of my past? And in this last 3 months in particular, I know 3 or 4 people just like that who have actually felt this I don't know, or like an inner calling to look at past trauma, to investigate where things haven't been right. And I think this is absolutely the astrology of the time. You know, we are starting to have these conversations and to do a lot of research. I've also noticed, you know, in different feeds that there are lots more apps at the moment for dealing with trauma, for dealing with somatic release of trauma in our bodies. You know, so there's a real kind of theme for it right now. So again, on the 7th, at the end of this week, as we're going into week 2, I think we're able to talk about it a bit more. And maybe that is a good time to talk. You know, and the sun in a sextile to Saturn on that day as well, I think marks out the 7th as a very, very positive day, because, you know, the sun in a sextile to Saturn, we're actually feeling very grown up. We're less likely to be triggered by our emotional personality. You know, we are much more able to be in, like in our own natural authority. So have the confidence to have those tricky conversations on the 7th, if that works for you. So let's have a look at week 2 then. So I've said it's very energizing, but watch out for the 11th. So again, we're starting this week. It's a little bit busier than the last, and it's starting with this new moon in Taurus on the 8th. Now, this new moon in Taurus is occurring at 18 degrees in the sign of Taurus, just a couple of degrees away from where Uranus and Jupiter were in their conjunction on the 21st of April. So it's really stimulating that area. So, you know, if you did look at that Uranus-Jupiter conjunction in your own charts, if you watch those videos about it, know that the new moon is starting very, very close to there. So you might ask yourself, well, what ideas were flying around? What was I generating? What was new? What was going on? And then the new moon in Taurus is giving you the next step to take. You know, it's giving you the energy to say, okay, right, I've already got some ideas. I've had these conversations. This has changed already in my life really quickly. Okay, this new moon, I can use this to piggyback the energy and keep that momentum going. So it's really, really positive. You know, look at where 18 degrees in the sign of Taurus is in your birth chart, and it will give you a really clear idea of what you're working on. And of course, check out the forecast at the end. That will also, I'll be definitely talking about that then. On the 9th, we've got Mercury in a semi-sextile to Uranus. That's those two big thinkers, like the higher thought and the lower thought, or the thought, both working together. That's a strong time. And it is also, again, pulling on this Taurus energy and also this kind of Chiron energy from down here. So these little pockets of energy of like 18 to 22 degrees and in Aries and 18 to 22 degrees in Taurus, they're really working beautifully together to give us the next step and the next step and then the next step. So I really do think this is building our confidence. Now, on the 11th, which is the one I've said watch out for, we've got Mars in a semi-square to Uranus. Mars is possibly aggressive when he's challenged. Aggressions and boundaries will most likely come up with a clash with Uranus. Uranus is like, don't try and control me, man. I'm going to change. I've got some ideas and I'm going to burst through with these ideas. And Mars is like, And so there's a real sort of energetic clash going on there. It is likely to raise a lot of energy and fire in your belly. Then we've also got Venus in a semi-square to Neptune, which is kind of interesting because Venus and Neptune are both planets about love and flow and creativity. Venus is the one that we can all tune into. She's like the personal planet of love and flow and companionship. Neptune is the higher harmonic of Venus. So, you know, it's higher love, non-personal love, creativity, being tuned into the etheric. And so Venus in a semi-square to Neptune is also highly charged. You know, we have this situation maybe to do with, you know, the difference between personal love and non-personalized love, and where do our relationships fit in there? And if, you know, Mars is also in a semi-square to Uranus, and we've got judgments about this, which, you know, this could really animate us and create some difficulty for us. We've also got the sun in a semi-sextile to Chiron. Now, this is a lot easier. You know, the sun in a semi-sextile to Chiron is really us being able to put our finger on the pain, on the ouchie. You know, if we got a little scab, an emotional scab, you know, we can actually see it and feel it, and we can care for it and look after it. So I think whatever's going on this day, we're likely to feel things, as it's quite a frustrating day, but it's one where we can really name the frustrations and do something about it. And then on the 13th, we've got Uranus in a Cazimi. Now, one thing I should say is, as we enter this month, Uranus, now I will talk about this in the Cazimi video, but Uranus is also already under the beams of the sun. So although we just had this beautiful, bright conjunction, Uranus is quite close to the sun as we're going into May. And so his energy to change and to be really deeply inventive is slightly dulled in the first couple of weeks. And then in particular from the 4th of May through to the 22nd of May, Uranus is just a little bit outshone by the sun. So, you know, his opportunities to dazzle you with change and inspiration, it's just a little bit dulled from where it was at the 21st. But then on the 13th of May, he absolutely comes into his own. The sun is absolutely in the same place, and the sun is shining and illuminating all that Uranian energy out there. So that is the day to be your weird self and to absolutely enjoy being individual, and to really make some like take the next step in your Uranus and Jupiter journey. You know, this is a day to really push things along. On this day as well, we've also got Mercury in a semi-sextile to Jupiter. That's gently motivating, helping you grow your communications. And also Venus in a sextile to Saturn is really helping us to move forwards on our personal values and to create some kind of structure around it. So the 13th is actually quite a strong day, even though it didn't hit my strong day checklist at the start. But that's just because May has so many strong days. So if we have a look at week 3 then, and I've said that this is shaping up and lightening up. Now you'll see I've got a lot of things that are highlighted. The one that gets center stage is Jupiter Cazimi on the 18th of May. And similarly, as I said with Uranus, Jupiter is known as being under the beams of the sun from the 7th. Sorry. Jupiter, as we go into May, is already, so I've got little notes down here. Jupiter is already under the beams of the sun, so not quite so growth. It's a bit like Jupiter and Uranus are a bit worn out after that conjunction. And so the growth, the faith energy, the optimism energy isn't quite as plugged in as usual. And then from the 7th of May to the 29th of May, Jupiter is known as being combust. So it's like the Jupiter energy of like, let's grow, let's do stuff. It's slightly subdued. And then on the day of the 18th to the 19th, Jupiter is in the Cazimi with the sun. So the sun and Jupiter are in exactly the same space. The sun is absolutely illuminating the Jupiter energy. It's a really strong power day, and it's the start of a Jupiter sun cycle. So I will put the times of this in a Jupiter Cazimi video and also do one in the Uranus Cazimi video. But these are very, very powerful days to set forth in a new direction. And to, you know, obviously each of these dates I see as a stepping stone until the next one and the next one and the next one. You know, in doing these videos, I'm not saying this is the most important date. It's just like, this is the next big day where things are shifting and moving forwards, you know, but there's always going to be another one. I don't think there is such a thing as an ultimate astrological day, though it does feel like we're in a flow of very, very strong energies right now. So what else is lightening us up and shaping us up in this week, week 3? Well, it kind of starts around with Mercury going into the sign of Taurus. So, you know, Mercury's not retrograde anymore. That's nice. And if you think about it, Mercury has been in the sign of Aries pretty much all the way through April. And so on the 15th, he's going into Taurus. I'm really quite looking forward to this because Mercury in the sign of Aries makes communication a lot choppier than usual, a bit more sarcastic, a little bit more We can say aggressive. It's very highly assertive, which is code for people are being aggressive. So, there's been a lot of little digs that have been coming out and sarcasm, and the retrograde going over Chiron, the North Node, just made it so much worse. Mercury going into the sign of Taurus, I'm expecting more gentleness in our communications to come forward. So people aren't going to be, looking at things on social media just so that they can shout back at somebody. People aren't going to be backseat driving just so they can get into a row with somebody else. It just feels like people are a bit slower in their speech, a bit more thoughtful. People are absolutely, coming back into a sense of maybe talking within their bodies. Like Taurus is very solid and very much about the sensuousness of being in a body. And so I think the communication is going to be a lot slower, a lot more purposeful, a lot more gentle, and a lot more beautiful. It may be a bit more stubborn, but that I see that more as a grounded stubbornness. On that day, we've also got Venus in a semi-sextile to Chiron, really helping us talk and open up. So the two of them combine really beautifully. On the 17th, we've got Mercury in a square to Pluto. If I was to retrospectively edit this, I would have put those in slightly darker colours to go do. Like it's not all like unicorns and rainbows. Mercury square Pluto is very insightful and possibly a bit cutting. Mercury in a square to Pluto. Our way of thinking is very sharp, very to the point. If we're feeling rushed, we might try to control things. So it's a day to, I would absolutely advise that if you've got anything big happening on the 17th, that you don't rush around, that you plan your time really, really well. So the square to Pluto doesn't make it nasty. We've also got Mars in a semi-square to Jupiter. Again, that can create a little bit of a nasty taste. Mars is frustrated with Jupiter's, let's just enjoy life a bit. Let's just have faith. It's all going to work out. And Mars is like, we also have to do things to make sure things go well. So there is definitely on the 17th, it feels like a day when we need to pay a bit more attention to how we're going to increase our output and increase our rate of success with things. If we leave things hanging, if we don't take enough care over them, things could go awry. On the 18th, there's a lot of things happening, as you can see. Mercury's in a semi-square to Saturn. This can be a day when we're quite critical, given that Mercury is also still in a square to Pluto and now in a semi-square to Saturn. I would say we are we've got lots of inquiries, lots of questions, and we do need answers to those questions. So I think not tempers, but tensions are likely to come up, and we might be a bit more dry than usual. We might be slightly, dour in the way we're thinking. We might not, again, be all stars and hippie rainbows and stuff. We're kind of straight back down to earth. This is a day that really requires a lot of patience in an inordinate amount, but also a day where we really need to make sure we have contingency plans set up. Mars is also in a conjunction with the North Node as well. So again, it's a day when you really want things to go well, because Mars brings about a feeling of our survival. Have we done enough to survive? Have we done enough to keep ourselves safe? What are our energy levels like? Are we in good health? If not, this kind of day could really knock the stuffing out of us. And then on the day, we've also got Venus in a conjunction with Uranus. So whilst this is also happening, there is a sense that things could move and change. There could be an opportunity. Venus in a conjunction with Uranus is a real sort of opportunity day. And we've also got the Jupiter Cazimis, again, another opportunity moment. So, you know, when you factor that in, you might realize that there are these opportunities coming up, and it's very, very exciting, and it can move you forwards exponentially. And yet beneath the, you know, behind the scenes, I would say, how prepared are you? How much work have you done? Do you have everything in place, or are you winging it? Because all of these things will play into it. If you really want to take advantage of this conjunction with Uranus and Jupiter Cazimis happening on the same day, then you really need to have done your due diligence. And if you haven't, you might end up wasting these beautiful energies. So shaping up and lightening up, I would say shape up first and do that way ahead of time. In fact, do it in week 1. That's the time to make your plans and take practical action, so that by the time these opportunities come up around the 18th, because remember, if I go back again, I said that I think in May, everything goes up a notch from the 18th on the 23rd, 25th, 29th, 31st. The 18th to the 31st are the biggest times of this month ahead. So, you know, we're shaping up to lighten up. Spend your first 2.5 weeks really getting everything in place, so that this absolutely rockets you ahead in an amazing way. And then after that, we've got the sun in a sextile to Neptune and the sun going into Gemini. So things start to move. It's like there really has been a rocket underneath us, and things start to shoot forwards. And then the most potent week in May is what I've said. The sun's in a trine to Pluto. And then we've got this lovely 23rd of May with Venus in Gemini, the full moon in Sagittarius, Jupiter in a conjunction to Venus, and then the Jupiter-Venus conjunction sextile Neptune. I said earlier, this is a very dreamy day. So again, if you've done all your homework and really put things in place, this most potent week of May, if you've done all the work or created the plans and gone into them and double checked them and been playing with them and stuff, really all that's necessary at this time is to use the power of your imagination, the power of your heart to power everything. You know, so this is a day to, and I say this very jokingly and lightly because I'm not a great meditator, I'll be honest. I like active meditations, which a lot of meditators will say, well, that's not meditation. But the way I see it is like juggling, or I used to spin poi, or dancing, or washing up, where I'm doing things with both of my hands, activating both sides of my brain, and also where I'm drifting off. I love washing up. Love it. Or in the shower is when I have most of my brain waves and moments, or going for a walk. Again, you're using both sides of your body, you're activating whole brain thinking. You know, use your heart, your intention, your sense of hope and optimism, the creative part of you that can dream big and stay in the dream. You know, feel the emotions, like feel it, like Venus is about feelings. Feel all the great feelings of how you think life is and step into it as if it's already happening. This is a real law of attraction time. You know, absolutely do everything you can to be gentle, feeling and expectant of good stuff. You know, the 23rd is a very powerful day. And that just leads into Venus in a trine with Pluto on the 25th, Mercury in a semi-square with Neptune. So around the 25th, we also want to be clear about what we're signing into, and get very clear on information. You know, do we have the right information? Is everyone being above board with us and straight with us? But then, you know, Jupiter's boom, it's into the sign of Gemini, starting off a whole new cycle of growth and optimism and hope and a lot of busyness. You know, all the themes of Gemini are going to be coming up in a big way. And then for the last part, the last half of May, half of the last week in May, we've got the sun in a semi-square to Chiron, the Mars-Chiron conjunction, and then Mercury conjunct Uranus. So it feels like the 27th to 29th, we're thinking, okay, things are moving. Crikey, have I got all my resources in place? Do I feel well enough to be able to keep this pace? And we may well feel vulnerable because of these sort of exciting changes coming in. And then again, there is the talk about, have we got the energy to do this? Are our bodies up to it? So it's like, is our spirit, is our body up to it? So again, if you are right now, if you know you're out of shape, I include myself in this. If you know that you could be kinder to your body, start that earlier on in the month. So by the time this comes along, you're like, actually, I'm feeling really great. I already am seeing the changes that I can make in my life quite quickly just through intention and being quite purposeful and quite conscious with my thinking. So you know that you can meet the rise of where your energy is taking you. And then Mercury conjunct Uranus, it's like, what a super day to end the month on. So they are my thoughts so far. And before I go into the next part of this reading, I just want to say thank you to everybody that supports this channel. Every video I do, there's more and more people. So I'm very excited. I really, really love my work on YouTube. I love doing this. And your support, your encouragements, all your comments, all your shares, all that. This makes such difference. This is really creating the momentum so that I can, in fact, find time to record 6 videos for this next month ahead. You'll see I've got 6 circles of things I want to do in this month ahead. So thank you, thank you, thank you. I really, really appreciate you. Hey, Aries Ascendant. So welcome. This is the forecast for May 2024. So in part 1, I detailed on a week-by-week basis about the sort of energies and the sort of planetary combinations that it's basically kind of escalating us as we go through the month of May to, I think, take practical action. You know, week 1's very much about being practical and getting a feeling of the overview. Week 2, things are starting to move a bit further and faster as we go into week 3 and week 4. Literally, the 4th week appears to be the most potent week of all. It really is quite crazy, but not crazy in a way that is unmanageable. It just is a very, very potent time where you're putting your energies, that's where you're getting your results. So I see this as being a very focused month that gets busier as the month progresses. Now, if we were to apply that to you and where things are showing up for you, then there's a slightly different focus to share, like where are you going to be putting your energies in this month ahead? So this is how I really want to talk about these energies. So the first thing that really occurs to me is that all the planets, aside from the moon, which obviously goes all the way around in a month, all the other planets are nestled in between this area here from the beginning of Aquarius right through to the beginning of Gemini. And so we've got this sort of third of the birth chart that is really quite intense. And most of that is intense here. Which is really affecting your 2nd house and moving into the 3rd. I just want to change that word, affecting. Activating is probably a better word. Your 2nd house is the one that's most activated in this month ahead, leading into the 3rd. So what I want to do is talk about each of these opportunities, which, as you can see, like the new moon is at 18 degrees Taurus. We've got 2 Cazimis. We've got the Uranus Cazimi on the 13th. That's in blue. We've got the Jupiter Cazimi 5 days later on the 18th, all very much in the same area. We've also got Mercury coming into the sign of Taurus too. And then as we come to the end of May, we've got the Sun, then Venus and Jupiter all crossing over into the sign of Gemini. We've also got the new moon and the full moon. Now, the full moon is obviously interesting because at the time of the moon is in Sagittarius and is in opposition to the Sun and in opposition to Venus and in opposition to Jupiter. So, this new Gemini energy here in your 3rd house is getting a lot of new focused attention, and that will continue as we go into June. So yeah, let's talk a little bit deeper. So first thing I want to say in terms of like the 2 Cazimis. Now, obviously at the end of last month, from the 21st of April, we had this rather phenomenal conjunction between Uranus and Jupiter, which only comes around every 13 and a half years on average. It varies, you know, from conjunction to conjunction, but on average every 13.5 years. And it really sets us off on this new tangent. You know, it gives us a sense of hope, optimism, change, and exploration. You know, it's a cycle of inspiration as far as I can see. Now, the sun has been on its, like, hot on its heels. And so the sun is, you know, coming up behind these two, Uranus and Jupiter. And on the 13th, the sun connects with Uranus. And then on the 18th, it connects with Jupiter, which I've already said. But the significance of it is when the sun gets close to a planet, it starts to overpower the planet. And, you know, the planet in question, say Uranus or Jupiter, they're known as being under the beams of the sun. You know, it's kind of like obscured a little bit by the sun. And so even though Uranus and Jupiter have just gone into this powerful new cycle, within a few days, say 3 or 4 days, both of them are now actually under the beams of the sun. So the initial burst of inspiration, it's not lost, but it's just dulled at the moment, and will be dulled throughout May. But that's not to say you're not able to take action on the inspiration from the end of April. You know, what I'm here to share with you is actually it's a bit of a breather, you know. It's time to say, okay, I had some mad ideas in the last week of April. You know, Mercury's now direct, which is awesome. And it feels like I could actually move forwards with these ideas. And you're still being urged to just stay a little bit still, just really, really watch what's going on. Because as the sun gets closer and closer to Uranus, there will be this moment where Uranus is known as being, I'm just looking for my notes. I've got them here, tiny, tiny little notes. I don't know why I wrote them so small. Ridiculous. So Uranus and Jupiter will both be in what's known as a combust position, where they really do lose their power. And then they will come into this Cazimis moment. Now, I will be recording something separate about each of these Cazimis, but on the 13th in particular, pretty much all day, definitely from 1:44 a.m. London time to 16:43 London time on the 13th, Uranus then gets absolutely, when the sun and Uranus are exactly in the same place, the sun is going to illuminate Uranus and his powers, his energy, his ability to change and initiate inspiration. It's just going to flood us. You know, it's like one of these huge brain waves. It's almost building on that conjunction between Uranus and Jupiter. You've already sowed the seeds, you've already set the scene. And then on the 13th is this opportunity to go, whoa, okay, I've just had an even deeper realization. And then obviously the same's happening 5 days later when Jupiter comes into the exact Cazimis. And in London time, that's between 9:24 on the 18th and 4:06 on the 19th. That's in the morning. And so Jupiter then comes, you know, absolutely, it becomes absolutely illuminated by the sun. And then we're having these real sense of knowing, this real sense of belief, you know, like we almost religiously, spiritually believe things, you know, all of a sudden there is this intense knowing and excitement and curiosity to know more. So again, this has all been set up on April the 21st with the conjunction. And then as we're going into May, it feels like we're just mulling over these ideas as Mercury's picking up speed again. And then on the 13th and 18th, we got 2 really strong power days where, you know, if you prepare to be delighted and surprised by your ingenuity, and, you know, if you're prepared to be expectant of good things, then this is really going to light you up in a big way. Now, obviously, these are both happening around this bit. But I also want to talk a little bit about the new moon, which is in Taurus on the 18th. Now, I will do a separate video for the new moon with asteroids, which is what I do each month. But the new moon in Taurus is activating your second house. The second house is all about your finances, how you value yourself, interesting new ways of receiving more, I would say, is one of the focuses. And of course, with Uranus and Jupiter here, it really wouldn't surprise me if one of your big ideas is starting to come to life. You know, this idea of how you can make more money, how you can feel more enterprising. And so the 8th is also one of these markers in the sand. You know, it is absolutely saying this is the start of a new phase. This is a new start of receiving, a new start of being in gratitude, a new start of really creating comfort for yourself. And I think if you do it really well, a new possibility to value yourself more. So everything about values and earnings and receivership is really highlighted. Now, as the Sun, Venus and Jupiter start to transition from the 2nd into the 3rd house, which is really, you know, the 20th, the 23rd, 25th, your attentions are going very much into your local community. So it does feel like whatever ideas you have about yourself and how you're bringing in money, how you're bringing in opportunities for yourself, how you're allowing yourself to be inspired, to be really creative. Towards the end of the month, your urge is then to communicate it and to share within your local community. It really feels like it's time to let people in on your big plans, you know, to say, hey, this is what I'd like to do. And whoa, this is quite exciting. You know, the energy of Gemini is absolutely about short, focused bursts of communication. And it is to not rest or linger on things if it feels difficult. If you think of the butterfly or the bee, you know, they go collecting or in fact, any pollinators. I don't want to just, you know, raise up the profiles of bees and butterflies without paying attention to wasps too. There's lots of other pollinators that are absolutely helping us all. Just keep it real. But, you know, Venus and Jupiter are both known as benefic planets. You know, they are absolutely seen as carrying a sense of good luck and well-being, this sense of flow, this sense of divinity, you know, this divine connection and communion with people. So having these really coming into the sign of Gemini, if you are approaching your world in a very sort of Geminian or Geminian way, it's going to really help you. So think in terms of the pollinators. They go to their flowers, they go and they kind of like lightly touch, they dance around it, you know, they start to collect what's there. And you never really see, or I've never seen, and I might be wrong, and I'm not, you know, an insect expert, and I'm sure I'm going to get some comments down below. But one thing I notice is I don't tend to see them struggle unless there's a flipping great big bumblebee that tries to get into a really tiny plant. But mostly I see, you know, these lovely little insects going from flower to flower, and they don't look like they're in a hurry. They don't look like they're stressed. They're literally just doing what feels right at that exact moment, and then they're flowing to the next and the next and the next. And so this is all that's being required of you right now to bring in this sense of flow, feeling and enjoyment. And that is, enjoy all your communications, go from one to another, and literally go where the scent of pollen or where the flow, where the mood is taking you. You know, the Gemini energy is flitty. It flits from one thing to another. It doesn't like difficulty. It doesn't like slow. It doesn't like, well, actually some Geminis do like to have a good debate and stuff, but the real sort of lightness of Gemini, that's what I would really encourage you to stick with, you know, rather than the, you know, kind of belly aching on on social media. Well, there's this point, you know, and the Gemini energy can go that way as well. But focus on the lightness. That's what Venus and Jupiter are really, really bringing to your 3rd house. It's this opportunity to connect and share and feel the flow between people and ideas. And I'm really sure that if you're able to activate that, then on the 23rd, the day of the full moon, which is a very, very strong day. And if you want to know more about that, I absolutely recommend that you go back to maybe week 3 and 4 in part 1, because the 23rd has so many different aspects on the day of the full moon. So even though full moons tend to be quite full moony, you know, where people feel super stressed and this, that, and the other, there's so much goodness on this day. It's a real powerful day of opportunity. So I think the full moon is giving you just as much stress as you might need, so that you don't feel like so relaxed because all the energy is so kind of easy and flowing. You know, I think the full moon is giving you just enough guts and grit to actually, you know, wake up and smell the fact that Venus and Jupiter are in a conjunction, and that I can't remember. Oh, and that they're both in a lovely sextile to Neptune. You know, there's a lot of really beautiful, flowy flowy aspects happening on that day. So yeah, from the start of May until the end, really what I'm seeing for you is an opportunity to create a new vision for yourself, and also to start to communicate it out into your local environment, and to really feel the strength of that. Last thing that I would say is, the planetary shift really, is covering the 11th and 12th, and then it's slowly ever moving more into the first, second, and now into the third. So it feels like, it's still really important to consider the effects of having powerful connections and networks. This is where Pluto is right now. And, you've got Saturn and Neptune in your 12th, which, is really bringing up stuff in your unconscious mind, up enough so that you can realize that there might be a few little snagging points that you need to come back to. And Chiron and the North Node in your first house, they're almost done. They've been so stressed over the last few months. I really am sure that you've brought up a lot about your identity and thought about, who am I really? I'm pretty sure you've done a lot of that already. And so now really where the energy is really focusing on is, okay, I've got great networks. I'm aware of some of my self-sabotage. I really do have a strong sense of who I am right now. And it's time to move back into the world and start to, be a bit more transactional, start to say, look, this is my value. This is what I'm bringing you. And I would love to receive and then to communicate it out. So lots and lots of really big and awesome themes. But essentially, I really see that your life is starting to move on. And if you just were to take that away with you and really understand that the last 10 days of May are the ones where all the action is really taking place, then I think you'll have a phenomenal month ahead. So anyway, lots of love to you, Aries Ascendant. Have a great month. And, if you would like to have something absolutely bespoke designed for you, then please do just look below. In the descriptions, you'll find a way to book an actual hands-on real session with me where I can drill in so much deeper to your own personal birth chart. But anyway, have a great month ahead and catch you in another video real soon. Lots of love. Bye for now. Okay, so Taurus Ascendant, how are you doing? So this is a very interesting month. Obviously, the whole year so far has just been sort of like growing in intensity. And if you caught me in part 1, you'd have seen that I looked at the astrology on a week-by-week basis, week 1, 2, 3, and 4. And during that, I was really mentioning how the month seems to just power up week on week. So the calmest week of May is week 1. And I see that as a moment in time for you to get really clear as to what's going on and to start planning things in and to start planning practical action. Feels like all of a sudden there's a little bit of a breather where you can actually action some things. So week 1 is great for that. And as we're going into week 2, things start to get a bit more exciting. We've got the new moon and we've got Uranus and the Cazimis. Week 3 really starts to power up. We've got Mercury going into Taurus, Sun going into Gemini, and we've got Jupiter Cazimis, amongst other things. And then the very last week with Venus in Gemini, Jupiter going into Gemini, and the full moon, that is a phenomenal week where things are really starting to move forwards. And, again, if you are wanting to look on a week-by-week basis, I really do recommend that you watch the week 1, 2, 3, and 4, because I bring up a lot more of the individual aspects between planets and talk a lot more in depth. However, in this video or in this forecast for you, what I would like to do is really focus your attention on where everything is showing up in your chart right now. So in particular, the fact that aside from the moon, which, obviously goes all the way around in a whole circle each month, we've got Pluto here right at the start of Aquarius. And then by the end of the month, we've got the Sun, Venus, and Jupiter just here. So it's really active in 1/3 of a wedge of your birth chart. That's where all the energy is going. And I really see that, Pluto here in your 10th is starting to draw your attention quite a big way about how much how much power you have, how visible you are in the real world, and you know, what your legacy is. You know, there's a strong feeling that it's time to really mean something, and to, I don't know, be really sort of adding something to the world right now. And then you've got Saturn and Neptune in your 11th house. You know, again, Saturn's been there for ages. Neptune's been there for really donkey's years now. And that is really, you know, showing you that networks and friendships are at best really creative, and, you know, really probably what they're needing right now is a bit more structure. You know, they've been in a very sort of creative place for a long time, and as Saturn is coming through this area now, it's helping you to make the most of your connections outside of your local environments. You know, it's really showing you that the more you can be your word with your friends and networks, the stronger your connections are getting. Now, in the last couple of months in particular, there's been this very strong Aries energy of really highlighting and activating your 12th house, which, you know, I would say Chiron is almost done now. And the North Node is, you know, they've been aspected by so many things now. I really think they're not losing in power, but they're less relevant to your story right now. You know, I'm pretty sure that whatever you needed to know about yourself in terms of where you're triggerable, where people can catch you out, where you might let yourself down, where you might be self-sabotaging in particular, I'm pretty sure that this first quarter of the month has really given you all you needed to know. And anything that you don't yet know about that is really just an extension of what you already do know, if that makes sense. So I don't think there's anything that's going to really blow your mind apart about your programming. I really do think you've probably got a real sort of taster for all of the prevalent themes. So where is your energy heading in this month ahead? I would say it's definitely in your first house, moving into your second. So, you know, we've got the new moon here, and that's where I'll probably start. I just want to explain what these are. You'll see the new moon, then Uranus Cazimi and Jupiter Cazimi are all in a really tight little spot between 18 and 28, sort of in a 10-degree spot in your chart. This is a very, very powerful spot in this month ahead. If you think last month we had Uranus and Jupiter in a conjunction in this exact area, and so they are absolutely coming back into strength. So what I would say is, you know, Jupiter and Uranus coming together last month on the 21st of April was a bit like a boom. It's like, whoa, there's something new starting. There's this new inspiration, this new feeling of ideas and adventure and a need for change. There is a stirring, a feeling of restlessness. It's time to change. It's time to shift. It's like your whole personality, given, and your identity, given that it's in your first house, it's ready to turn over a new leaf. You know, you are really feeling this stirring and absolutely wanting to drop the reliable, stable, calm Taurian. And, you know, there is something new emerging within you that is likely to really surprise people. And that's great, you know. So there is this new you stirring. Now, this Jupiter and Uranus energy was really, really strong for 5 days or so after the conjunction. Now, as we're heading into May, both Uranus and Jupiter are in a position known as being under the beams of the sun. So the sun is so close by that it's burning up. It's kind of, actually, it's not quite burning it up yet, but it's kind of drowning out the Uranus and Jupiter energy. Like if you think the sun is allegedly the brightest, biggest thing in our solar system, it's the thing that absolutely is like, ta-da, here I am. It's like the ruler. It's like the king of the heavens of the planet, you know, of the planets. So it takes center stage wherever the sun is going. It seems to drown out other planets around it. So right now, even though you had this sort of spike of inspiration and excitement, now it's just tempering down a little bit. And that is an important part of the process. So whatever ideas you generated and whatever fun, you can't actually keep on at that pace right now. It's time to just calm your nervous system, in particular you, Taurus, who like to be quite calm. There's quite a lot to have all that energy going on in your body, in your physical body. So it's time to, I realize I'm talking really fast as I'm doing this, and this is not helping you calm down. It's actually probably making you go like hyperventilating, because that's how I feel as I'm expressing this to you. So it's time to go, okay, now is the time to calm right down, to slow down, to think, okay, wow, you know, when I slow down, all of a sudden I hear a whole heap of different things, and you can tune in so much more to your inspiration, to your, to like the divine, which is absolutely represented by Jupiter. Now, as you come into this Cazimis on the 13th, pretty much like the sun stops drowning out Uranus, stops drowning out Jupiter on the 18th. And then what the sun does, it comes up behind and it shines its light. And so all the Uranus energy gets absolutely blasted on you. And, you know, on the 18th, all of the Jupiter energy is going to be, you're going to be saturated with it. And it's come into your first house. So it's there to show you new ways to be even more creative, even more changeable, even more faithful, even more hopeful. So what I'm saying here is, whatever started at the end of April, and I'm recording this actually on the 27th of April. So, you know, we're just starting to come off that mega high. You know, now is the time at the start of May just to calm down and let that energy settle a bit, because on the 13th, there's a spike of inspiration. And on the 18th, there's a spike of energy, faith, and well-being, and a spike of, I'm ready to grow. So what I think is, it's like, you know, there's a new energy that needs to drop in. You know, if you're the kind of person that believes in downloads and, you know, like your consciousness gets upgraded somehow, then these are the moments when that's likely to happen. But there's a step before that, you know, so let me just take us back a step to the new moon on the 8th. That to me is also pulling on that energy. So the new moon, you know, as that new moon comes, that is like a promise to yourself. You know, the sun and the moon are together. The sun is the personality. The moon is your beautiful intention and your intuition and your feminine. So it's like the masculine and feminine sides coming together in your first house, really there to say, oh, there's a new start. I'm ready for a new start. I feel clear. I feel positive. I feel like I'm balanced between, you know, my incessant drive and also my incessant need for comfort. I feel like there is a coming together. And then 5 days after that, Uranus is in the Cazimis. And then 5 days after that, Jupiter's in the Cazimis. So can you see, it's like you are being paced through this new, exciting, revealing energy, which is giving you all the clues and inspiration about the changes you might want to bring to your persona. Now, during that time, Mercury is also going into Taurus. And I think that's another moment when our thinking is going to calm right down, because, you know, it's been in the 12th house. It went retrograde through your 12th house, which stirred up a lot of stuff for you. It connected with Chiron and the North Node. Boy, oh boy, you've been through some shifts for sure. So as you know, Mercury comes into your own sign, it's more calmness, more gentle speaking. It's you feel a lot more like yourself. Now, as you head towards the last week, so the sun goes into Gemini just before week 4 starts. And that's starting to kind of, it's like you're rubbing your hands together and saying, okay, I am ready for the next step. I really feel motivated. I feel like I've got the energy to do what I need to do. I'm quite excited. So you're like rubbing your hands together. Then on the 23rd, which is a very, very powerful day, and also the day of the full moon, in the early degrees of Gemini, like, so the full moon's in Sagittarius and the sun is in Gemini in complete opposition, and Jupiter's about to change. So this full moon is in opposition to the sun, Venus and Jupiter. Now, Venus and Jupiter are both known as benefic planets. They're beneficial, they're flowing, they're expanding, they're kind, considerate, they're faithful, they are kindly, you know. So whatever's going on with this full moon, you know, and you know, Sagittarius isn't unkind, I would say. Sometimes it might be a bit abrupt. Sometimes it might be a bit tactless because it wants to share ideas, and sometimes it can be a bit arrogant. But, you know, Sagittarius is a fairly, you know, if anything, it's like the cheerleader of the zodiac. You know, it's wanting to go, yeah, and it's wanting to experience things and grow what it's experiencing. So at its, one of its greatest faults, I would say, it gets a bit arrogant and carried away with itself. So this full moon, in your 8th, you may well, find there's a bit of conflict around shared money, shared values, shared expectations that you have between you and a partner or somebody that you are co-creating with. And as full moons go, in this position, I don't really see that it's too terrifying. The moon in opposition to Venus, it can get a bit possessive and it can be a bit petulant. But, is it like as strong as the moon in opposition to Pluto? No, it's much easier. So you might feel a bit out of sorts and maybe not appreciated enough. With the moon in opposition to Jupiter, yes, it creates this feeling where you might go above and beyond and actually then go a bit too far in what you're sharing with people. It can be overly generous and overly open and not very sort of grounded or discerning. Is it going to cause you massive problems? Well, it could do if you allow yourself to go overboard. However, is it as bad as like the moon in opposition with Uranus? It's much easier. So, on this day, which also has a whole ton of really, really great astrology supporting it, I would say, just watch that you're not giving too much away, that you're not sort of giving all of your energies away. That's the big sort of challenge for you on that full moon. But if you can imagine how much you're going to enjoy creating and enjoying being you, and kind of rubbing your hands together thinking, wow, I've got this idea, I want to take practical action on it. It's like you're ready to build on your ideas. You're ready to build on who you now know yourself to be. And this is absolutely really, really beneficial in terms of welcoming this beautiful energy into your second house. It really is preparing you to receive more, to earn more, to value yourself more. And of course, the next new moon in June is going to be in your second house. So whatever you're building here with the Sun and Venus and Jupiter, you are preparing yourself for the very next new moon. So in terms of your ideas and what you want to receive from the world, how you want to be paid and things like that, there are some really good energies around for you. So I would really focus on that. So yeah, there you go. I really think your chart, your life is starting to move forwards now. It may well have felt like the first quarter has been almost pathological, psychological, because you've been reminded of all these old patterns, all this old business to finish and clear. And now you're actually in the stage of really putting all the pieces together of who you are. And now you are more certain of that. It's time to move forwards in terms of how you can receive and transact more in the world. So there you go. I hope that's helpful to you, Taurus Ascendant. And if you would like me to personally have a look at your chart and really dig down and sort of drill into all the amazing opportunities that are showing up in your chart, then just look below into the description underneath this video, where you'll see links so that you can book directly into my diary. You can invite me to work with you if you want. So there you go. I'm always there to help. So lots and lots of love to you. Have a fantastic month ahead and catch you in another video real soon. Bye for now. Okay, so let's move on to Gemini Ascendant. So Gemini Ascendant, I mean, this is, I think, the month that you've been waiting for, in fact, because it feels like whatever's been going on. I mean, if you look at this area here, so much planetary area has been from your 9th house right the way through to your 12th house. And in this month ahead, there's still quite a bit of 12th house stuff going on. The 12th house is really synonymous with our undoing. Now, I say that with the caveat that a lot of people think, oh, my undoing, the 12th house, it's where I come unraveled. And it doesn't sound very exciting. However, the 12th house does offer us a lot of really unique perspectives. It offers us a bit of a rest. It offers us this almost tune in to your intuition, this tune up. So I do definitely see the gifts in this. Now, what's happening in this, right now for you is, we've got Pluto here in the 9th, which is, and will be for quite some time. It's bringing in a new sense of power that is showing up for you in your position in the world. So it's showing you where you can be more powerful by being more different, or by embracing difference, embracing different cultures, different philosophies, different spiritual beliefs and stuff like that. It's a real strong time of expanding your vision in a really non-personal way. So this is something that's kind of on the back burner, but still important. You've also got Saturn and Neptune in your 10th house, which, you know, Neptune's been there for what seems like forever. Sometimes creating a bit of mystery as to what your purpose here is. And it just feels a bit confusing at times. And now Saturn's coming into your 10th, and it's been there for a while, for over a year. You know, Saturn is there to bring you a bit of clarity where there's been confusion. You know, Saturn is, okay, yes, you've been confused. Yes, you've had a lot more creativity come up in your career. Yes, you've needed a bit more of an escape. Escapism's quite strong. But Saturn is there to kind of fix it all back together, kind of stitching it up. So you may well have had this overriding sort of seriousness having Saturn going through there. And then in this last month is all of the action was here in your 11th house to do with other people. And of course, Geminis have a natural resonance with that kind of 11th house energy, which is super social, super connected, and really wanting to be of service and philanthropic. And it involves all of your networks and extended family and stuff like that. And it's been intense. And now, you know, the energy is coming into this very, very personal part of your chart where you can rest a little bit. You can dream a little bit. Your dreams are probably a lot more vivid than they've ever been, in fact. So what I want to talk about is how you're making the transition from this dream state and into this new and exciting part of your chart, which is you in the real world, embodied, feeling all the energies building. And it's that feeling of renewed independence, that like reminder, this is why I'm here. This is who I am. Oh, I'm back. You know, it's almost like you've popped on a vacation and now you're coming back into your real you. So what we've got here, you'll see these three little kind of buttons all representing this tiny little quadrant of energy, like 10 degrees of energy. So we've got the new moon on the 8th, which is 18 degrees Taurus. We've got Uranus Cazimi at 23 degrees in the sign of Taurus on the 13th. And then shortly after, 5 days later, so it's 8th, 5 days later, the Uranus Cazimi, 5 days later, the Jupiter Cazimi. These are super powerful days, and they're all between 10 degrees of each other, you know. So this is all very strong. Now, where does that 18 to 28 degrees remind you of? Anywhere? So, you know, this is where the Uranus and Jupiter conjunction occurred just last month on the 21st. I should say I'm recording this on the 27th, 26th and 27th of April. So, you know, I'm recording this just 5 days on from 5 and 6 days on from the conjunction. Now, the conjunction energy over the last 5 days was really there to show you new possibilities, open up new avenues, open up a whole new world of conscious awareness for you in particular, because it's in this 12th house, possibly giving you this sense of, actually, I want to move. I want to go somewhere else, completely different. Quite often a big feeling of escapism. I need to kind of leave. I need to be somewhere else. I don't want to be here right now. And lots of intuitive little hits, lots of feelings, and often things that maybe you can't quite put your finger on, but these sensations of stuff. It's like you're a multi-sensory person, and this Uranus and Jupiter Cazimi right here in this very sensitive part of your chart is opening you up. Intuitively, psychically, in so many different ways for the next like 13 years or so. You know, it is absolutely there to remind you that, yes, you seem to be a physical being very rational in the world with your Gemini ascendant, and yet you're also a spiritual being. You are a soul, or you are ensouled. Your body is ensouled. It has a soul within it, if that's how your belief systems work. But it is a feeling that there's more mystery in the world. Now, so we're 5-6 days after the conjunction, and now the energy is starting to settle. And that's not to say it's not powerful. I'm not saying that at all, but it's just starting to settle. And it's time, as you go into the first part of May, it's time to rest up. Don't quiz yourself too much. Don't overburden yourself. Don't try to interpret your dreams in a manic fashion. Just let that energy settle. You know, don't demand much of yourself. Just absolutely go into a lovely self-care is what I would recommend. Now, why am I saying that? Well, that's because the sun is now also sort of chasing Uranus and Jupiter, and the sun is so close to Uranus and Jupiter now that the sun is kind of overpowering their energies, you know. So what's really happening is the sun is shining his light into your 12th house, and it's showing you where you've got these pockets of unconsciousness and darkness and things and self-sabotage. But it's just shining the light. It's kind of drying up any damp. It's kind of lightening the mood a little bit. And it's really quite strong work. And as you allow yourself to kind of lighten up a bit, it's not really requiring much change from you. The sun isn't really requiring much change. It's just really requiring you to know that there is this kind of cleanup job going on your behalf. All you need to do is kind of breathe into it, release your breath, and just trust that everything is okay, that you are safe as the sun is going through this area. Now, even though I recommend that you sort of take a calm approach, because trust me, the Uranus and Jupiter energy is going to flare up in this month as well. But apart from these flare-up moments, it's time to just rest, because on the 13th, the sun and Uranus are going to be exactly in the same place. And that all of a sudden and this is London time, and I will be doing separate videos about these if you're interested, and I will put it into your time zones as well, hopefully, if you're in a big one. But between 1:44 a.m. and 16:43 in the afternoon on the 13th, Uranus is absolutely really strongly activated by the sun. It goes into its Cazimis position. And so it becomes like this blast of intuition, this blast of telepathy, this blast of higher thought, this blast of crikey, I know what I need to do. I need to change. It's like the veils of reality just kind of drop away and you see things so clearly. It's like this blast of clarity. And like I said, it's for about 15, 16 hours on the 13th. And then 5 days later on the 18th, Jupiter goes into his Cazimis position. So the sun is powering up Jupiter from behind. It's shining its light through, and all of the Jupiter rays are felt. And so it's the hope, the feeling of faith, the feeling of trust, the feeling of natural growth is a byproduct of this. It just feels there's this incredible opportunity for well-being. And so there is this opportunity to absolutely know you're a divine being, or to feel it if you need to. And so, yeah, the 13th and 18th are really, really strong moments in time. So you don't need to do anything. That's the thing. All you need to do right now is rest, be open, and just know that there will be these lovely kind of pushes where all of a sudden this new inspiration comes up. Now, following on from that, you know, we've got the sun moving into Gemini on the 20th. And then the 23rd is one of these power days. So Venus is moving into Gemini just as the full moon is occurring. So we've got the moon over here in opposition to the sun. It's in opposition to Venus in Gemini. It's also in opposition to Jupiter in well, actually at that point, Jupiter's still in Taurus. In fact, at the time of the full moon actually should be here. It's just before Venus goes into Gemini. So Venus is just at the tail end of Taurus. But on this day, we've got Venus and Jupiter in a conjunction in opposition to the full moon. And it's such a strong aspect. This to me is one of the strongest days. You know, like earlier this year, I've been talking about these very powerful conjunctions and movements, you know, Pluto into Aquarius, the North Node and Chiron, and then just recently Jupiter and Uranus. But what we've really got here is this collaboration of Venus and Jupiter, two beneficial planets, and also the sun in opposition to moon. It's such a powerful day to dream big. Now, what kind of dreams might you want to be like bringing up? What's going to be percolating at that time? What's going to be coming through? Well, you know, with the sun in your first house, that is bringing all of the energy back into your body. It's like it's like it's been nighttime and all of a sudden the alarm goes off and it's time for your, you stretch, you get out of bed and you start to think, the start of a new day. Well, what's really happening is it's the start of your new, like, cosmic, like half a year, as the sun is warming up your first house, the energy is back into your body. It's like rebirth time. I always think that when the sun crosses over our ascendant and goes into our first house, things start to hot up. I always think the first 6 months after your birthday is time when we're really starting to get into our body, get really clear on what's what, who we are, get really clear about our identity. And then the second part of the year is, okay, we are now really doing something with that in collaboration with other people. And then right just before our birthday, we're going into this, before our ascendant, we're going into this time where we're going back into sleep mode. So, as the sun goes around on a month by month basis, where you've been, or where the sun is actually for some of the month here, really until about the 20th of Gemini, the 20th of May, the sun is in the sleep position. It's like you're in bed, you're getting ready, it's time to wake up soon. And so from the 20th, that's really when you're coming into your own. And it's setting the scene for the next month. It's setting the scene for the new moon in Gemini, early June, which is going to be a very, very powerful time for you because, you got the sun, Venus crossing in and Jupiter crossing in. The next new moon is really going to get things going for you. I think it's a wonderful month ahead. And it's one that as you go through the weeks, from week 1, 2, 3, it gets more potent. 4, oh my goodness, you're starting to cook on gas. So Gemini ascendant, I really hope that's helpful. I mean, around the time of the full moon, even though there's so much energy here in your 4th house, you may have to just quiet your mind a little bit and prepare for the fact that your partners might be a little bit more emotional around this time. With the moon in the 7th house, it just feels like everyone around you is really grizzly and and it's really trying to get your attention, almost as if they're trying to steal your emotional energy. They're riled, they're not feeling great in themselves, and so it's almost like they want you to have a reaction to justify why they feel so bad. And yet you don't have to feel bad with them. This is your time to really enjoy having Venus in your 1st house, the sun in your 1st house, Jupiter in your 1st house. All of this is meant to feel like well-being. This is you coming back into yourself and feeling hopeful. As you go through the next few months, you're really starting to come back into who you are. It really feels like, and maybe this is how it feels, as each time, every time this year, there's this point where you think, here I am, here I am again. So yeah, I see this as the renewal of optimism for you. So hope that's helpful. If you do want to, if you would like me to look more into your chart on a personal basis, then please do just look below. In my description, I've got all these different ways that you can connect with me, including that you can invite me to work with you. So there's links there. All you have to do is book directly into my diary and you're calling the shots then. So anyway, I hope that's helpful. Have a fantastic month ahead. And I look forward to catching up with you another time real soon. Bye for now. So let's have a look now at Cancer. Where are we? Okay, Cancer ascendant. How are you doing? So what a time it is right now. It just feels like there's so many different energies going on, right? So what you'll see in this chart for the month ahead is I've highlighted these 4 sections because to me, it just feels like a lot of the planetary energy. It goes from Pluto right the way through to eventually the sun and Venus at this leading edge here. And it's just the moon that's moving around. Obviously the moon goes all the way around every month. So, it really does feel like everything is tightly contained in this 1/3 of your chart. Now, this is quite an active part of your chart. So, Pluto in your 8th house is really activating, and this is a long-term effect, so it's not likely to be felt instantly, but you know, it's activating the side of shared values, shared money, shared resources, and also shared expectations. So you might find that, you know, anything to do with other people's shame, blame, guilt, and anger that they might be feeling themselves might get put onto you. And Pluto, during his time here, is going to give you a really good chance to get really clear about what belongs to you and what doesn't. And that's a really good thing to learn, but you don't have to learn it all at once. I mean, that's the big thing. You know, Pluto moves slowly, giving you chance to do it over time. You've got Saturn that's been in this part of your chart for a while, but you've also got Neptune that's been here a long time. And in the 9th house, you know, the 9th house is about how you can experience more, you know, experience more difference, experience more adventure, experience more higher thought. And yeah, like it's really taking it, you know, like Neptune going through this part of your chart has really taken you on a journey outside of your local environment. It's like there's been more spiritual things going on, a much bigger calling to connect with people really outside of your knowledge base, but also outside of your culture or your kind of local narrative. It's really kind of pulled you out and quite possibly into a place of study. And I would say that Saturn through here is also really stabilizing that. And then in this last month, it just feels like it's all been about your 10th house. You know, what are you producing in the world? What's your legacy? How are you showing up? Are you a grown up? How much control do you have? And all this, that, and the other. And control is quite an interesting one for Cancerians, because you're ruled by the moon, and the moon changes so much. It's very difficult to control things, you know, when your emotions are moving so rapidly all the time, really, really shifting. So, you know, this won't have been very comfortable for you. And so Chiron and the North Node that have been aspected by all of these planets, pretty much, you know, they're having a quiet time now. It's the start of a powering down of all of those questions that you've had about yourself in terms of how effective am I? You know, it's time to let some of that pressure go. Now, this is obviously where the focus is. As you can see, there's so much going on here. So I'm going to talk you through it quickly. First thing is, you know, Mercury is coming out of Aries, and on the 15th will be going into the sign of Taurus. Now, Mercury's out of its retrograde from last month, so that's great. It's just working through the retrograde shadow, and Mercury is moving you away from, you know, harsh words and sarcasm and some dark themes coming up from people, and you'll be coming into a calmer time, you know, where you feel like, oh, it's actually nice to talk to people and friends and things like that. It's really nice to connect. So I see that your mind is slowly relaxing and releasing. That's good. That's a good start. Now we've also got, and this is where it gets really tight and interesting. So we've got the new moon at 18 degrees in the sign of Taurus. That's on the 8th. That's just in week 2. So as you can see, I've not even put any representation of week 1 in here. So week 2, got the new moon. And that's really showing you that there is this new aspect to your life to develop, to get excited about, and to consider. There's a new possibility, which is really what comes up every new moon. Now it's at 18 degrees in the sign of Taurus. Now, that's really, really close to the Jupiter and Uranus conjunction of last month, or it's actually still this month. But, you know, the 21st of April, we had Jupiter and Uranus come into a conjunction right here at 21 degrees. So this new moon is bringing up the possibilities you've created for yourself. Even if you didn't create any big possibilities for yourself at the time of that conjunction, you know, whatever has been filtering into your consciousness, whatever is coming onto your conscious awareness, you know, it's like a seed point, and this new moon is starting to activate it. It's starting to grow something. Now, we've also got Uranus Cazimis happening 5 days later on the 13th. At 23 degrees, literally just the other side of where this conjunction happened. And so there is this shot of Uranus energy that comes alive. It's like another activation point. And Uranus is about consciousness, ideas change, something new, something inventive, something surprising, something shocking. but it's also very utilitarian, quite philanthropic, and also quite fast paced and exciting. So it's entirely up to you how you use that energy. And it's unusual. And then 5 days later after that, we've got the Jupiter Cazimi, where Jupiter gets absolutely soaked by the sun's rays. You know, the sun is really like bringing the Jupiter rays to earth. You know, it really feels like the well-being, the faithfulness, the hope, the optimism, the luck, like being in the right place at the right time. All of that is coming up. And so, you know, what I really want to bring about is for you to understand that, you know, pretty much throughout the whole of May, Uranus and Jupiter are so close to the sun that they're in this position called under the beams, and then later combust, you know, where it's so close to the sun that the sun kind of downplays the Uranus and Jupiter energy, apart from the Cazimi days of the 13th and the 18th. So what do we take from that? Well, what I really want you to feel, Cancerian, is that from the 21st of April, when there were all these ideas generated and this feeling of excitement, probably a feeling of restlessness, and probably quite a lot of change in terms of what's going on in your friendship groups and networks and things. Actually now, and I'm recording this on the 27th of April, from now on in, both Uranus and Jupiter are really under the beams. So you don't have to act on this energy, just let it kind of grow and develop, but you don't have to consciously do anything with it. Just kind of sit in the energy, let the excitement, let the inspiration kind of sit and reach you and kind of slightly kind of merge with you a little bit. It's almost like you can allow yourself to breathe in the energy of excitement, inspiration, hope, and optimism, but you don't have to do anything with it. Because on the 13th and the 18th, these are huge days where that energy is going to be activated. Now, how is it going to get activated? I don't know. You know, it could just be that you're in the right place at the right time to enjoy a conversation with the right person at the right time, to enjoy an opportunity, and something is created from that. And then literally, as those days pass, just rest again. So what I'm really seeing here is we've got this progression from the 21st to the 8th, where we've got the new moon, to the 13th when there's Uranus Cazimi, to the 18th where there's Jupiter Cazimi. So it's like, you don't have to be creating anything, just relax, enjoy everything coming in, and know that these days are days to be creative, be expressive, to brainstorm, to work with others. And I'm saying that to you in particular because this is all happening in your 11th house, which is of networks. So please do, around this time, work with others, use that energy, use the excitement that is created between you. Now, as we get into the end of the 3rd week and going into the 4th week, then there is a change of pace. So, you know, the sun moves into the sign of Gemini, Venus moves into the sign of Gemini, Jupiter moves into the sign of Gemini. And when, you know, in between times, we've also got the full moon in Sagittarius. Now, this is going to change the pace. So, you know, in the first part of this forecast, like in part 1, you know, where I'm not talking to each ascendant, I'm talking on a week by week basis. The first week is quite unhurried, and it's just time to review your month ahead and to notice what practical action you might want to take and start planning it in. So week 1 is like a planning and getting calm week. Week 2, there's a few irritations. I won't you know, downplay that. There are a few irritations, but they are quite motivating. It's like little snags come up and it's time to iron those kinks out. And then as we go into the 3rd week and 4th week, it's getting busier and busier and more potent. It's like there's more creative energy generated. Now, that energy is so much more outwardly used by every other sign. But for you in particular, this energy that's been really potentized in the tail end of May, it's really being activated within your 12th house of experience. Now, the 12th house of experience, I think, is where you go to hibernate, where you go to meditate, where you go to self-care, where you go to have a look inside to tune in, to use your intuition, to get psychic readings, or to talk to your own higher self. You know, it's internal conversation. So, you know, this month is almost like a month of two halves. You know, the first part of it is clearing, planning, and talking with people about it. And then in the last 10 days, from the 20th, to the 31st, everything is being pulled internally. So it's more potent, but whatever is going on for you is going on individually. You know, if you do anything with anyone else, you know, do something on a one-to-one basis. You know, don't plan like big parties, because the chances are you're going to get completely overwhelmed by them, because Venus and Jupiter are attractors of energy. You know, Venus is about flow and collaboration and companionship. Jupiter is hope and optimism and growth. And they're both planets of well-being. And the sun is about your individuality and your personality. And so all three of those coming together, it's really, I think, you know, anywhere in your chart, it's showing you where you're really chill, you're really connected, you're happy. You know, it's really nice. And with these three coming into your 12th house, you probably don't really want to be bothered. You most likely are enjoying your own company. And so it's a great time for you to retreat. It's a really great time for you to look after yourself, or maybe book something really nourishing for you. Now, as we come into June next month, the new moon in Gemini is going to be really pulling on everything that you've set up for yourself in the last 10 days. So, you know, if you really are looking after yourself and resting and treating yourself to nice things, like, you know, with Venus and Jupiter, I think absolutely nice, comfortable treats and presents and your own self-presence, massages, beauty treatments, whatever, like absolutely indulge. Actually, I would say indulge in yourself, like really pamper yourself, like, you know, like you might a grandchild. And I don't have any grandchildren, but I've got very fond memories of my grandparents. You know, it's not a time to parent yourself, because parents are sometimes a bit sensible and saying, don't eat all that. That will make you vomit. You know, that's too much goodness. It's too rich. It's not gonna sit right. Whereas your grandparents might be like, go on, treat yourself. So really look after yourself in that way, because the full moon is really gonna kind of pull you into this rational world. It's like really pulling you, saying like, come back out, you know, don't dream off and drift off. It's trying to pull you into the real world and make you bothered about it. It's trying to make you worry about your health, your finances, this, that, and the other. And, you know, I would absolutely say attend to anything that's important, but if you can offload as much as you can to someone you trust, like just ask your partner, look, I've got this bill, can you pay it this month? Or I'll forward you, but can you, I will send you the money, but can you sort it out for me? Really give yourself a lovely 10, you know, like a lovely last 10 days. You know, in June, you'll be starting to come to, you know, into your first house from, the solstice, the summer solstice, and that is your natural wake up time. So really, Cancer ascendant, what's happening here is towards the end, you're going into your natural retreat, your natural hibernation. You've got lovely planets joining you there, really saying that it's a nice thing for you, so that around the time of the summer solstice coming up on the 20th, 21st of June, you are launching back into the world feeling refreshed, reactivated, and absolutely smoothed out, you know. So there you go. I hope that's helpful to you in understanding the energies in this month ahead. Trust me, all of the fun from the Uranus and Jupiter conjunction of last month is absolutely still going to be activated. You know, I would say probably beyond the summer solstice. So just relax and unwind and enjoy yourself as much as you can. Now, if you do want something a lot more personal, where I have a good look at your chart, then just invite me to work with you. All you need to do is check out the details below in my description. I've got links. You can literally book yourself into my diary, where I will meet with you and help you out. So don't forget about that if that's something that might appeal. But anyway, have a fantastic month ahead and catch you very soon in the next month, or before maybe. Lots of love. Okay, so Leo Ascendant, how are things looking for you in this month ahead, the month of May? Well, you'll see I've highlighted this area here, and this to me it's just to really show you that most of the planets are tucked away in this third of your chart. Yes, we've got the moon that goes all the way around each month, but from Pluto right the way through to the Sun, Venus and Gemini, which are all going to be here at the end of the month, you know, it's all tucked away in here, and it's a very sort of potent part of your chart that's being activated right now. Now, I don't want to labour too much about Pluto, Neptune and Saturn. Suffice to say that they're all there for the long haul. I mean, Neptune is coming to the end of a really long time in the 8th house, which has created probably quite a lot of gaslighting in your life, a lot of sort of confusion and fogginess about, you know, what's going on with family members and people that you've got some kind of karmic link with, maybe a DNA link with. It feels like there's a lot of mysteries, a lot of unknowns, and lots of things that you can't quite quantify and put your finger on. Saturn going through there right now is quite helpful. And I do think that by February of 2025, as these guys are starting to transition this way, things will start to look up and get a lot clearer in terms of you know, relationships. But Pluto coming through here is also very much you freeing yourself from what feels like the dictates of people in your life, you know, the people who appear to be holding you back, the people who appear to be, you know, holding you with your balls in their hand, suffice to say. I don't mean to be so graphic. And obviously you might be a female who feels like someone's, you know, like grasping you and kind of holding on to you in a way that's not very helpful. So Pluto here in the 7th is really showing, you know, where you feel like the people around you are really kind of controlling and stuff. So these are kind of themes that you're working through. And it's not to say you can't do anything in your relationships at all. It's just that there's a lot of learning going on there. But that's not the focus for this month ahead. You know, and in this last month, there's been an inordinate amount of energy here in the 9th house, you know, with Chiron and the North Node activated by pretty much every planet at some point since January. It just feels like this area here has been bringing up a lot of material really and information for you in terms of how much of an outsider you might feel. You know, if you feel that you're you know, the narrative that you live your life by feels out of kilter with everybody else's. And it feels like you've been expanding your ideas on life and the world and everything. And it feels like it's taken you further away from normal society or what other people consider normal. It just feels like you've gone deeper and deeper into your own space. And also that obviously adds into that feeling of difficulty in terms of relationships. But you know, really, where is the planetary information leading us right now? Well, it's actually taking us away from feeling like an outsider and possibly feeling like relationships are a little over-egged. You know how people say, oh, it's all about relationships. You know, in recent times, you've probably come away thinking, actually, I'd like to explore independence a bit more. I'd like to get clearer about how I can make my mark on the world. And so that's really where your attention's being carried right now. And it's being carried in this direction with the idea that very soon you'll not only be making your mark in the world, but also collaborating with others in a new way. Not necessarily in a personal relationship way where you're needing sort of shared permissions, or it feels like you can only do X if certain amounts of, you know, certain people are in agreement. You know, you're collaborating with willing participants. So that is a really nice shift that's going on right now. Now, what you'll probably notice is there's a lot of activity here. And I want to really draw your attention to these 3 points here, which are so close. So we've got the new moon at 18 degrees in Taurus. We've got Uranus Cazimi at 23. 5 days after that, we've got Jupiter Cazimi at 28 degrees. So between 18 and 28 degrees in the sign of Taurus, there's this really sharp focus of activity right now. And it's interesting because just on the 21st of April, and I'm recording this on the 27th of April, we actually had the Jupiter and Uranus conjunction, setting forth a new cycle of optimism, change, innovation, inventiveness, inspiration, downloads, faith, new belief systems, lots of sort of mental and faith-led changes within you. You know, this is a new exciting cycle that has just birthed itself in your 10th house of experience. Now, you know, I know from my own experience, and also living with someone with Leo ascendant, just how many ideas have been generated very recently. And what I'd like to propose to you right now for this month ahead is not to get your knickers in a twist, you know, not to get overwhelmed by all these energies, because actually from today, both Uranus and Jupiter are starting to become under the beams of the sun. So I've mentioned that we've got Uranus and Jupiter Cazimis coming up on the 13th and 18th of May, and I will be recording videos about both of those. But actually, right now, the sun is kind of overpowering both of these energies. And actually, right now, it's time to kind of rest and let it all settle. So yes, April has really brought us to quite a crescendo at the end of the month. And yet, as we're going into May, really the first thing to do is just lay off all the inspiration, just sit with the energies that you've already created. Just really let them sit. I mean, if you go right back to the beginning of this video, to part 1, I actually do a week by week sort of forecast. So it's not based on you as a Leo ascendant, but it's based on the energies for everyone. And week 1 is the quiet week. Week 1 is the one where we sit back, we relax, we observe what's happening, we notice what we're noticing, and we might start to make some plans, but we're not necessarily taking action. We might be planning in practical action for later on, but it's not time. It's not really time to be busy. It's time to sit with the energies of it. And then as we go into week 2, you've got the new moon, and that is a spike of energy that is activating or reactivating that energy of the Uranus and Jupiter conjunction. So you may well get that sense of, yes, there is definitely this new start. Yes, there could be this definite new habit in terms of my career, in terms of my output, in terms of my legacy. It might be that you say to yourself, yes, there is this chance to really focus and drill down on that career idea and it might have been one that you had ages ago. It might have even been one from the previous Jupiter and Uranus conjunction. You know, this is a very strong step up on the Uranus and Jupiter energy. So it's like rest, and then there's a pulse on the new moon, and then it's rest. And then around the 13th, the Uranus Cazimis is another pulse of inspiration, another moment to feel delighted and surprised, possibly a little bit terrified from all of the energy that's kind of whizzing through at the moment. And then it's rest. Interestingly, between Uranus Cazimis and the Jupiter Cazimis, Mercury's changing signs and coming into here. And I see that as a real positive step, because trust me, you know, Mercury going through Aries, then going retrograde. So it went over the North Node, over Chiron, went retrograde, kind of reversed back. Now is going forwards again. So, you know, Mercury has touched Chiron 3 times. So as he comes into this 10th house in the sign of Taurus, well, it's calm, it's chill, and it's kindly. Actually, your mind is starting to unwind a bit, and isn't there some relaxation there? Then there's this other pulse around the 18th, as Jupiter gets absolutely lit up by the sun, and then the hopefulness, the feeling of knowing, that feeling of, yes, I know what is right for me. I know what feels good. And this sense of knowing what's in your future and really, really feeling into it is really positive. It's a time to grow. So I do see the 8th, the 13th and the 18th as these moments of inspiration in this month ahead. Then we start to move into the next phase of the month. So I really do see that the first from 1 to 19 is just growing in intensity. And then from the 20th, the sun goes into the sign of Gemini, activating your 11th house, really bringing in partners. So it's like partnership, collaboration, It is almost like the unfolding of new social opportunities and experiences. And then on the 23rd, Venus heads into Gemini. And then, you know, there is a feeling of flow and compassion and understanding with the people that you're collaborating with. It's a really nice, easy feeling. Also on the 23rd, we've got the full moon in Sagittarius. Now, this full moon, you know, full moons tend to bring up a lot of sort of trouble. You know, they bring up a bit too much. We tend to feel a little bit overburdened around the time of the full moon. And yet this full moon in the sign of Sagittarius, yeah, it's in opposition to the sun and the moon and Jupiter. So it might bring up some jealousy, a bit of cattiness, you know, but I actually don't think the full moon is as sort of difficult or awkward as it might be if let's say the full moon was in opposition to Pluto, or in opposition to Uranus, let's say. You know, it's in opposition to two benefics, both Venus and Jupiter. So, you know, it feels like quite a supportive, and there's so much stuff going on the 23rd. Venus and Jupiter come into an exact conjunction. The two benefics in a conjunction is really, really beautiful. So the 23rd is another pulse forwards, and it's taking that energy really out of Taurus. You know, it's the last pulse in Taurus, and then both of them are in, you know, really into the sign of Gemini. The last date, of course, is the 25th when Jupiter comes in. So this whole area of collaboration, communication, doing things together, and the fact that you almost feel like, okay, I'm giving up some of my control, and yet it feels more divine to do it together. There is this beautiful sort of explosion of energy that is really going to help you bring all of this beautiful career energy forwards. So I see that things are moving again for you. And boy, isn't that great? So yeah, this is a very, very intriguing and intense time for you with your Leo ascendant. And I absolutely love how things have evolved for you since January. You know, as I've been reporting on this month by month, it's been getting more and more exciting from my perspective. So I guess what I really want to let you know is a lot of the old muck and stuff that may have preoccupied you in the earlier months of this year is clearing. It just feels now that it's time to really focus on where you really are going, and be absolutely open and ready to let other people create with you. So there you go, Leo. I hope that's helpful. Last thing I really want to share with you is the idea that you might want to deep dive into your own chart. And if you do, and you would like me to do a reading for you, or consultation, or listen to your ideas and stuff, then all you have to do is just invite me to work with you. All of my details are just below. Click on the link, book into my calendar, and I will see you soon. But anyway, have a fantastic month ahead, and hope to catch up with you in another video really shortly. I'm going to be producing quite a few in this month ahead. It looks like I'm doing 6 or so based on my notes. There's lots going on. So anyway, have a blessed month, and speak to you real soon. Bye for now. Okay, so Virgo ascendant, Virgo rising, how are you doing? So this is a month with quite a lot of focused energy, as you can see here. I've really highlighted this part of your chart that is really showing where most of the planets are right now, and you'll see that there's a real sort of really potent area just here. Now, this odd one here is the moon, because the moon actually goes all the way around the zodiac every single month. So the moon is out here, but all the other planets are neatly tucked in this section. So it goes from Pluto in Aquarius, then we got Saturn and Neptune in Pisces. Very recently, you'll have been aware of the energies of the North Node and also Chiron in your life, because they've been really highlighted, I would say, since February. And now the pressure is really coming off them. Really, at the end of May this year, when Mars has a conjunction with Chiron, we're really starting to shift away from pain and triggering and upset, which is great. It couldn't happen. It just couldn't happen too soon, from my perspective. It just really feels like we've really considered where we've been tripping ourselves up, what, you know, how we're self-sabotaging and all these kinds of things sort of over and over in the first quarter of this year. And now things are starting to get more exciting. Now, if you have listened to part 1 of this video right the way back to the beginning, you'll have seen that I've looked at week 1, week 2, week 3, week 4, not from a Virgo ascendant perspective, but just from a generic perspective. And what you'd have taken from that is that week 1 is actually our week to be calm and our week to start planning in practical action, but not to do anything, you know, to kind of relax with the energies and see what comes up. Week 2, there are some irritations, some frustrations, but again, it's about small little movements forward. It's not about doing anything too shocking. Then as we come into week 3 and 4, the energies start to be very arousing, I would say. And when I say arousing, I don't mean sexually, unless, of course, it is for you. But what I mean is the energies are really building, and it feels like we've been taking these little micro steps throughout the whole month. And then it's the sum total of these little steps is really starting to show some big results. Now, obviously, this is the highlighted area, but you can see here, this is really where it's all at. And so there's, I guess, 2 parts to this month. The first is, you know, from the 1st to the 19th. And then the second part, if we say, you know, the last 10, 11 days of May, from the 20th to the 31st, everything really, really shifts. So what I want to do is focus on these 3 dots here. So the new moon on the 8th, then 5 days later, we've got Uranus Cazimi on the 13th. And then 5 days after that, we've got Jupiter Cazimi on the 18th. You'll see that the moon is at 18 degrees Taurus. Uranus is at 23 Taurus. Jupiter's at 28 degrees Taurus. So they're 10 days apart and 10 degrees apart from each other. So it's interesting. Now, if you remember, I mean, and I'm recording this at the end of April, on the 21st of April, we had the conjunction between Uranus and Jupiter, just about here at 21 degrees in the sign of Taurus. And it set off a whole new cycle of change and innovation for us, a cycle of divine intervention, belief systems, new ideas on higher thought, and something that might create deep change, exciting change, innovative, inventive, really taking you up to the next level in your life. It's really up leveling, and super exciting, and also quite disruptive. You know, it's not that easy to sit with, but where it is in your chart, actually in the 9th house, it's actually quite exciting. It's actually in a place in your life that is about expansion and adventure. You couldn't possibly have a better place, really, from, you know, the perspective of your ascendant, to have these activated. The 9th house is perfect for this. So it started off this whole new sense of adventure and awakening in your life, an openness, and possibly you know, an attraction of new material that is shocking you awake, changing some of your belief systems and changing some of your contacts and your context in terms of what your world looks like. It's probably expanding exponentially at this moment. So there's a lot going on. But this new cycle between Jupiter and Uranus, yes, it's here to change your world and to evolve for you over the next 13 years. But what I want to say is, right now, from the day I'm recording, in fact, the sun has been hot on the heels behind Uranus and Jupiter. And now the sun is so close to Uranus and Jupiter. Both Uranus and Jupiter are known as being under the beams. You know, so the sun's influence is kind of bleaching out the energies of Uranus and Jupiter. So you don't have to do too much change work in this month ahead. Actually, it's time to let go of that a little bit, with the exception of the new moon on the 8th, Uranus Cazimi on the 13th, and Jupiter Cazimi on the 18th. So, you know, on the new moon, it's actually like the new moon is a Cazimi. It's where the sun and the moon come together, and the sun absolutely highlights, triumphs around the moon. It's really bringing the energy of the sun, which is confidence and vitality, to your intuitive self, your psyche, your emotions, your soul. It's awakening a whole new, it's awakening a whole new possibility for you. And it's awakening this possibility on the Uranus and Jupiter conjunction. It's so close. So it's reminding you that there was this new start. And yes, you've been a bit quiet. You're letting that energy filter through. And then on the 8th, it's a great time to kind of focus on what you're interested in, focus on the direction you're heading in, and just really feel into that energy and just know that it's on its way. Then 5 days later, at the time of the Uranus Cazimi, again, the sun is absolutely potentizing the energy of Uranus. It's creating this sense of change, impending evolution and awakening. It's slightly disruptive, really exciting, new ideas flooding in. And then 5 days later, again, Jupiter Cazimi. So Jupiter is warmed up by the sun. We're really feeling Jupiter's rays here on Earth, and it feels like there's hope, there's expansion, you're in the right place at the right time. So yeah, actually what I would do throughout May, especially the beginning, is rest, because actually the end of April has been so energetic. We've really felt a lot of shifts going on and lots of quick movement of ideas. It's actually time to just rest at the beginning of May. Let it all filter in. Let it all see where it settles and see how it feels after these shifts. So the 8th, the 13th, 18th, worth writing those dates down. And it is definitely worth just meditating or focusing with consciousness, pure intention on the direction you're heading in, and feeling confident that it's all going to work out exactly as it's meant to. Now, Mercury, as it moves into Taurus in between these two Cazimis, it's also going to help your mind. It's going to help relax your mind. You're not going to be feeling quite so critical, quite so nitpicky, because, you know, when Virgos feel like they're under attack, if it feels like there's too much going on, the picking at things, a bit like picking a scab, we get a little bit critical. And so Mercury coming out of the retrograde, which it is now, but moving ever closer into the sign of Taurus is really, really helpful. And as Mercury comes into Taurus, you're starting to feel the sense of relaxation. All is well. It's okay. And you know, as you open up, as you're not sort of closed down because you're rigid because all this change going on, it's like you can open up to new ideas. So this feels really nice. I like it for you. Then there's another shift from the 20th. So this last section of the month, and things start to warm up in a new way. So first of all, the sun on the 20th is crossing over your midheaven. It's heading into the 10th house of your experience, which is about you raising up, being able to define who you are, really knowing how you stand in the world, what your legacy is, what your output is, what your reputation is, how people appreciate you. So it is a real time of being felt and being quite public. You know, it feels good. And then on the 23rd, which is another one of these power days, which is kind of really sort of adding to that onward momentum, we've got the full moon in Sagittarius. So the moon's down here, the sun's up here. Then later on in that day, actually at the time of the full moon in Sagittarius, Venus and Jupiter are in a conjunction right at the tail end of Taurus at 29 degrees, which is interesting as well, because that's an anuretic degree. Venus and Jupiter are both benefic planets. They're both beneficial planets, creating flow and ease and joy and relaxation. And a feeling of expansion, like natural expansion. They're also connecting in with Neptune, also at 29 degrees. So the day of the full moon, the 23rd, is a really big day with lots of harmonious energies, and then a slightly stressy moon, which is just, I think, helping you really feel into those energies perfectly. And then the 25th, Jupiter finally crosses over, signaling a new 11.8 month, 11 years and 8 months roughly cycle of, I got there in the end, of Jupiter being in your 10th, you know, really raising your game. So what a dynamic month is what I want to say. You know, this is big energy. It's moving you out of all the nitty gritty relational stuff that, you know, has been playing on your mind, really. I mean, Pluto going into your 6th has really activated this sense of needing to get your life perfect and trying to control all these different aspects. And yet there's so much going on right now that actually the more you control it, the more you're actually limiting the flow of opportunities coming into you. So Pluto is going to help you during this time release some of the control that you want to have in your life. You know, it might not always help you to be so controlled. You know, Neptune going through your 7th, you know, has for a long time been creating a sense of not being completely sure of who you can trust in terms of your relationships. And yet it's coming to the end of its time there. And Saturn coming in is actually bringing in some people that maybe you can trust, who are here to straighten up the mess of old relationships and things like that. Chiron and the North Node in the 8th house has been really showing you that other people's values and expectations that they put on you, they're not necessarily your business. You know, so you've had to really define where you are and know what's yours and know what's not yours. You know, so there's been a certain amount of boundary creation, and yet this month is really about setting you free. So I'm very excited for you in this month ahead, and I can already see into June, you know, any way that you can really sit with the lovely energies that are going on and create a sense of positivity on the 8th, the 13th, the 15th, the 20th, and the 23rd in particular, then in the 25th. When we come to the new moon in Gemini, which is happening early June, you'll be really setting yourself up for this lovely influx of new creative career energy that's just gonna, it's just getting stronger and stronger. It's like you're building with consciousness and confidence. So Virgo ascendant, I leave you with that thought. If you would like to deep dive into your own chart and think that I'd be a good, I don't know, maybe tour guide to it, then feel free to check in with me. My details are below. The way I work is I let you book into my diary. So you have to invite me to work with you. But book into my diary and then I can get back in touch. But anyway, have a lovely, lovely month ahead. Really enjoy these new opportunities coming in, and hopefully catch up with you in one of my other videos real soon. Lots and lots of love to you. Bye for now. Okay, so Libra ascendant, how are you doing? So looking at this chart, you might think, wow, that's quite a strong focus there. And yikes, what's going on there? And yeah, what I wanted to do was really show you how all the planetary energy is activating different parts of your chart. And the first thing that I recognize in looking at these charts is that most of the planets, if not all, like the moon, is always on its circle. The moon is always kind of moving around and whatnot. But all the other planets, from Pluto right the way through to the Sun, Venus, and Jupiter that are about to go into Gemini this month, they're all here. Now, this is, I think of this third of the chart as being a really creative place. You know, it starts in the 5th house, you know, where everything we're creative about, from children, our passions, our sensuality, our sexuality, our desire to just follow our own rhythm and follow our own joy. You know, that's a great place to start from. And then the 6th is kind of how to manage all of our outputs. You know, it's our health, our life, our money, our home, all of it, like the management of it. You know, so the 5th creates so much joy and opportunity and creation that then we have to manage it. And then we bring other people into our world. The 7th house is showing the partners we have. And then the 8th is the shared values between you and your partners, and the shared finances and resources that you all have. So it's a deeply creative place, because it is a place where you are meeting the outside world and dealing with each other's rubbish, dealing with each other's stuff. So it's intense. And you know, from this year, you know, Pluto's moved into this area, really showing a deep desire to create more and more. You know, Neptune's been in this part for such a long time, but now Saturn's in here. You know, you're really getting your life sorted out as much as possible. And then all this sort of activity that you've had over the last 2 months in particular, with your Chiron that's going through here right now and the North Node going through your 7th house, boy, it's felt like, you know, things have been quite sore for you. I mentioned in the last 2 readings that I'm getting more and more comments from Libra ascendants than anyone else right now. And in particular, in the last few weeks, I've had comments like, it really sucks being a Libra ascendant. I hate my ascendant and things like that. So I really want you to understand, if you can, that you're coming to the end of this. You know, Chiron isn't leaving the sign of Aries anytime soon. The North Node is coming to the end of the 7th house. You know, by the end of the year, it will be gone. But this 7th house has been really activated by, you know, the eclipses, by Mercury, Venus, and Mars. You know, it's all been absolutely impacted in a very, very strong and visceral way. And in particular, because the North Node has connected here, it has been sore and raw, and it's been rawer for you guys than for anyone else, because it's actually been affecting your relationships. And out of all of the signs, it does appear that the Libra ascendants, you know, the natural partnering sign, absolutely want to have the best experience. So it's been really, really hard for you. What I'm here to share with you in this month is that things are moving on. You know, the intensity that you've been experiencing within your partners is shifting. Now, it is shifting to another side of partnership. So in this month ahead, you know, there's a little bit about your shared values and how to negotiate those spaces, and how to understand all the different ways that expectations get put on you, and how you're also putting expectations on them. But there is a big and palpable shift. So that's what I really want to unpack in this, because over this month, you're moving from this place here, which is a real place of transformation and change. The 8th house is all about transformation and going from one way of life to another. You know, from, you know, it's like you're going through a rites of passage right now. And at the end of the month, really from the 20th of May right the way through to the 31st of May, you're finding yourself in a whole new area where there's an increased sense of freedom, an increased sense of mobility, an increased sense of adventure, laughter, space, independence. And it's a place actually where your mind can expand. You know, you're coming into a time when it feels that the outside world, and in particular your partners, aren't able to push their values and push their ideas. So whatever is going on in the first 20 days of this month ahead is shifting you into a place of freedom. Okay. And I'm going to sort of detail how it's likely to happen. Now, what you'll notice here is that we've got these 3, I guess, like buttons of energy. We've got the new moon on the 8th at 18 degrees in the sign of Taurus. We've got Uranus Cazimi. Now, I've done quite a few Cazimi videos in the past, and they get a lot of attention normally from you know, my audience on YouTube. So the Cazimis really capture the imagination of people. So the Uranus Cazimi 5 days later on the 13th is at 23 degrees. Another 5 days later, we've got Jupiter Cazimi at 28 degrees. So within 10 days, you'll see that the energy is shifting from 18 to 28 degrees. So it's like 10 and 10. What's interesting about this area? Well, if we just think about it, on the 21st of April, we had the big Uranus and Jupiter conjunction at 21 degrees. So this is an energetic that starts the new cycle of excitement, freedom, inspiration, innovation, inventiveness, higher consciousness, hope, faith for the future, luck, being in the right place at the right time, these kind of magical connections that happen, this sense of, it does feel like an intervention. It's very interventional energy, and it often precedes the start of a really lovely unfolding. So there's this very exciting energy, and 5-6 days on, and that's, you know, I'm recording this on the 27th, 6 days on from there. Actually, what's happening now is some of that energy starting to settle. Some of that promise, not saying it's stopped. This conjunction, effectively, the energies of it are going on for quite some time. But it's the start of a really great new cycle. But now it's time to just sit with the energies. You know, we've got our knickers in a twist. We've got very excited. We've got possibly overwhelmed with the strength and variety of ideas that have been coming up and all these little bits of information coming at us. So now, as we're heading into May, it's time to let that energy settle, and almost to ignore it. Just let it settle, see where it all drops, all rests in your world. See what ideas persist, see what just disappears. And the reason I'm saying that is because we've got the sun chasing up Jupiter and Uranus. Now, to get these lovely Cazimis, that is where the sun connects with Uranus, and also when the sun connects with Jupiter. And they are very potent because the sun is radiating out these waves of vitality through Uranus and also through Jupiter. These are seen as beautiful, lucky moments. But either side of the Cazimis, the sun is so strong that it's almost bleaching out the energy of Uranus, bleaching out the energy of Jupiter. Hence why I say it's just time to rest. So here's my prescription. So this is almost like you've gone to the doctors, and I'm going to give you a prescription, Libra, to, and that is to rest and enjoy just the fact that there's been lots of possibilities, lots of interesting moments, lots of interesting awarenesses coming up. And just let it all settle, but be aware that there are these days that are moving you on. And these are days to note down in your diary. And these are days when you might want to really focus in on all the yumminess of life, all the persistent ideas that are still bubbling around in your mind. And you think, okay, yeah, today I'm going to really power it up with my intention. Yes, today I'm going to really tune in and enjoy this kind of tune up. So the first of these tune up days. So again, I would say rest in your first week. In fact, if you go back to the beginning of this video, I detail each of the weeks and what the energies are like, not from a sign by sign basis, but for everyone. So in week 1, I think I say it's a time to quietly take practical action or making plans. You know, it's time to make plans, but just be very practical. Don't be very mystical. Just really relax into the energy. Then in week 2, there's a few frustrations that are creating these little stepping stones, but the first big energy on the 8th, that's your first pulse of energy. And in fact, the new moon actually is a moon Cazimi. You know, the sun is heating up the moon. The sun is absolutely energizing your intuition, your natural ability to know what's in your soul's desire. It's a time to really go into your intentions and into your purpose. So you've got this on the 8th, it's activating that Uranus and Jupiter potential of newness, freshness, refreshment. It's really creating a new sense of something coming into your world that is going to create something really quite magical. So the 8th is one of these pulsing days that is a day to really focus on. The 13th, the Uranus Cazimi day, really allow your new ideas to come up and maybe make some little plans based on them. Think big, brainstorm, you know, really enjoy the potential uplift of that day. Then in between the times, Mercury's coming into the 8th house, into the sign of Taurus. Perfect, that is, because Mercury, having been in this part of your chart, has brought up a lot of friction with people and a lot of sarcasm from your loved ones, especially when it was retrograde. So actually Mercury coming into Taurus on the 15th is great. And then there's another pulse of energy as we get the Jupiter Cazimi. It feels like the 18th is another day to create, enjoy yourself, just brainstorm, be in the best feeling of well-being. If you have any intentions or ideas that suddenly come to you, follow up on them, you know, really allow yourself to be in the right place at the right time and to really draw on the luck of the moment. And then, like after as we're heading into the third week, just before the third week starts, the sun heads into Gemini. And this is really where things start to get really exciting. So the sun goes into Gemini, which is lightening the load. It's starting to feel like it's time to, I don't know, kind of like take the roof of your car off, like if you've got a convertible, and get your hair all wild and just get out into nature, get into the adventure of life, go for a nice drive, go and see what's out there. You know, it feels like it's time to venture out and to just see the world and be in the world. Then 3 days later, we've got the full moon. We've also got Venus and Jupiter in a conjunction right at the end of Taurus. They're also making a sextile to Neptune right at the end of Pisces. There is this feeling of this new birthing energy coming on. And then on the 23rd, Venus then goes into Gemini too. So it's a really powerful day, followed by on the 25th, Jupiter into Gemini. Really, really awesome. So at the end of this month, in this last week, it just feels like there is a sense of release, a sense of possibility, a sense of relaxation. Like, how nice is that to think that things are freeing up? Now, of course, you've probably got some ideas. Now, there are some other themes about all this 8th house business. You know, the 8th house, yeah, is a place of death and dying, and also a place of birth and growth. You know, it is the place of all of the life cycle. It all exists in the 8th house. It's also a place of secrets and all the things that we don't want to reveal, maybe the things we're slightly ashamed of and embarrassed about. So I'm also expecting things that you have left unsaid are going to come out and be expressed in a really interesting, open, transparent, and clearing way. You know, so this is really, really positive for you, I see. Because you're ever stepping forwards to this new and better feeling of transformation. Another theme of the 8th house that is getting cleared and much more free on, and that is the idea of shared wealth, you know, where your wealth is somehow tied into the wealth of somebody else. Things like inheritance comes in, tax issues, shares and dividends, and all sorts of different financial products that we use. They all take on a much stronger energetic when we've got things like Jupiter and Uranus, and then all these activation points. So expect some change. Now, if you are not expecting some interesting change to happen with your finances, then you might want to put in some, you might want to be a bit cautious, you know, but if you are kind of excited by the idea of using your shared finances in a new way and finding some freedom, that there could be some very big answers in this month ahead. So there you have it. I guess the last thing that I just want to share with you is like this full moon. So on the 23rd, it's a really, really great day with lots of great opportunities. And then the moon is just in your 3rd house in the sign of Sagittarius. As full moons go in the 3rd house, it's not that tragic. It's quite benign. It's quite helpful. You know, it's making you feel a lot more social, like you want to join within the community, like you want to be part of something. So you might find that maybe you're a bit too much of it. You know, oppositions between the moon and Venus can sometimes bring out a little bit of possessiveness, and possibly with Jupiter and the moon in opposition, it can bring out a sense of over generosity. Like sometimes the boundaries of what is seen as decent and appropriate just gets slightly blurred. So, you know, you're going to be a lot more yourself and also a lot more visible in the local community on the 23rd. So just watch out for that. It's probably not a very good time to get hideously drunk. You know, although the Jupiter and Neptune energy is absolutely flowing fast and free, if you were to be really celebrating around the 23rd, you are highly visible at that point. So that's maybe a cautionary tale there for you. But anyway, lots and lots of love to you. If you think it'd be useful to have a private reading with me, then just check out the links below. It's all there. What I do is I recommend that you invite me. If you want to work with me, just drop me, like click on one of those links and it will allow you to book into my diary, and then we can take it from there. But anyway, have a fantastic month ahead. I hope it all goes really according to plan, and sending you tons of love, and hopefully catch up with you in another video real soon. Bye for now. Okay, so let's have a look at Scorpio then. So Scorpio ascendant, this is my ascendant, as a lot of you know. I know we have a lot of people who are Scorpio ascendant that watch this, and this is one of the things I love about astrology is, you know, when I look, when I've done separate sign work and videos, and also separate house videos, you know, like the first house, second house, third house and stuff, there are certain signs that pop up more and certain houses that pop up more. And interestingly, Sagittarius, Scorpio and Pisces show up a hell of a lot, as do the the 8th, the 9th houses and the 12th, which are the 3 houses that are associated with Scorpio, Sagittarius and Pisces. Now, how is that relevant? Well, I've got Scorpio rising, Sagittarius sun and Pisces moon. So it's interesting, you know, the people that are attracted to this channel are possibly vibing with my energy, and it's quite possible that we're all sharing something. So anyway, that's not part of the forecast, but I wanted to share that with you because we all share Scorpio ascendant. Anyway, how are things looking for us in this month ahead? Well, so we're looking into May, and obviously each month I do these kind of groovy, sometimes brighter, sometimes more stylish images. This one is particularly garish, I have to say, but I wanted to really bring across this idea that a lot of the activity is taking place in 1/3 of the chart, in quite a real obvious way, you know. So we've got Pluto here, we've got Neptune here, we've got Saturn here. You know, Neptune and Pluto, you know, they stay in signs for a long time. So wherever they are, they're really activating things. You know, Saturn is bringing a bit of regulation in terms of how much we're able to create right now. So you might find that you're really super creative and able to actually bring the things you're creating to some kind of outcome, which is quite nice, quite purposeful creation. Chiron is going through the 6th at the moment, as is the North Node, which has created quite a lot of impact in terms of how we manage our lives. And then we've also had Uranus going through the 7th house for what seems like ages. And then Jupiter's come in. Now, you know, our lives have been highlighted from the aspect of the home to our creativity to how we're managing all of the little pieces that are absolutely flooding our life right now. Like, how are we managing it all? How are we managing to keep sane with it? And how are our bodies coping with it? And then finally, how is this impacting our relationship? So it's a hell of a lot. Now, at the end of this month, all of these planets, because like we've got all of these planets here, including Mercury, Mars, and Venus, and the Sun, and the Moon goes all the way around. Every month, every day, the Moon is always moving, doing a revolution. But all the other planets are nestled in this 3rd. So, as you can see, even though they're all nestled in this area, this is the most intense area here, and this is where a lot of action's taking place. So I really want to sort of focus in on this energy. I also want to help you understand that, and you might have picked up on this if you've watched the first part of the video where I look at week 1, week 2, week 3, and week 4. Week 1 is the quiet week where we might be making plans and thinking in a practical way. It's not a gutsy, glorious week. It's quite I don't want to say boring, but right now, actually having a quiet week is actually quite refreshing. You know, it's one of these weeks where we can just kind of kick off our heels, loosen our bra. Sorry to all the men that are watching, you know, kind of like we're not in display. We don't have to be really highly focused. We can just relax a little bit. You know, in week 2, you know, there are some irritations coming up, but they are there to really energize us and help us move forwards. You know, they're not irreconcilable. You know, there are little things coming up, little irritations just to get us motivated and moving forwards. And then week 3, the energies really start to add up. You know, all these little things that you've been working on are starting to build something. And week 4, it's really, really potent. So the week the month just goes whoosh. It just gets exponentially busier and more active and more powerful as we go on. So we've got this rise in powerfulness as we go through the month. And as we go through the month, a lot of activity is focused around Taurus. And then as things start to get really exciting, that's when, from the 20th, when the sun goes into the sign of Gemini, and then we start to have a series of aspects and connections. For instance, on the 23rd, we've got Venus going into Gemini, but actually before that happens, we've got Jupiter and Venus in a conjunction at the tail end of Taurus in an exact sextile with Neptune, and then a full moon. So it's like a really huge day, you know, and then Venus goes into Gemini, and then Jupiter goes into Gemini. Now, why is this important? Well, Venus and Jupiter are the 2 benefics of astrology. They're seen as the 2 beneficial planets. You know, they are the ones that absolutely are, you know, showing us where the ease, the joy, the glory is. You know, they are our planets that are really describing to us how we can experience more and create more, and how we can do it really gracefully. You know, it's and how we can really expand. You know, these 2 are seen as how we build wealth as well, you know, without having to like slog and, you know, really be slow and labored. You know, they're showing us how we can flow with the joy of it. So the end to this month is really quite great. So let's explore it. Now, one of the things that I'd love to for you to really understand and possibly even diarize. I'm certainly diarizing it. In fact, I've already done it. But there are these kind of almost like stepping stones. So there are these times of we are stepping in our intention from one moment to another to another. And I'm really seeing it on the 8th to the 13th. It's 5 days. Then another 5 days to Jupiter Cazimis. And then another 5 days to the Venus Gemini conjunction with Jupiter and the full moon. And so it's like these steps, very regular steps. Now, the other thing that really interests me is the first 3 steps. So we've got the moon, the new moon at 18 degrees Taurus. We've also got Uranus Cazimis at 23 degrees Taurus, and then Jupiter Cazimis at 28 degrees Taurus. So these 3 stepping stones are also stepping us through the sign of Taurus and getting us to the end of Taurus, where Venus and Jupiter and the sun are stepping us into Gemini. So it feels like we are kind of really finalizing this before jumping off into a new kind of adventure. So this is great. Why is this really significant right now? I would say it's because we've just had, on the 21st of April, the Uranus and Jupiter conjunction. Now, this particular conjunction on the 21st of April is the seed point of starting this new 13.5-year period of expansion, innovation, intention and beliefs, a feeling of growth, a feeling of deep change, personal responsibility, personal change, sovereignty, and it's showing you how and where it's happening. And it's happening. We are getting freer in the 7th house with our relationships. The people coming into our life are more exciting and possibly more consciousness driven. So there's this beautiful energy that at the moment we are stepping onto it on the new moon, stepping back onto it on the Uranus Cazimis day, stepping onto it again on the Jupiter Cazimis day, and then it's leading us into the sign of Gemini, where things are going to take off. So very, very exciting. Now, one of the reasons why I wanted to describe the stepping stone is because also during this month, the sun is coming up behind these planets. And so, and if you've watched some of my Cazimis videos before, you'll know that as the sun gets closer and closer and closer to a planet, it gets so close that the sun overpowers that planet, and it's called under the beams. You know, the sun is reaching out, and it's kind of quietening the energy of Uranus and Jupiter. It's kind of patting it on the head and saying, okay, you don't need to take center stage now. I'm here. There's the sun. And then as the sun gets even closer, it combusts Uranus and Jupiter, all the planets that it's around. It really, really engulfs them in the sunny energy, and you just can't really pick up on the change energy of Uranus or the growth energy of Jupiter. But then as the sun connects with Uranus or Jupiter, then the sun is behind it, just absolutely putting all this vitality through that sign. And the Cazimis are seen as these special moments where we really, really get the energy of the planet, really get it. So effectively, the new moon is a moon Cazimi. It's where the sun is absolutely illuminating all the moon-like qualities, you know, the intuition, the soul journey, the feeling of purpose, and really tuning into our higher self and our more sensitive aspects. So we've got these really deep, potent moments. Now, what that means is when we're not in those potent moments of the moon Cazimi or new moon, the Uranus Cazimi and Jupiter Cazimi, the rest of the time, those planets are overwhelmed by the sun. So the best thing you can actually do in May is actually take a bit of a rest. You know, right now I'm recording this on the 27th of April, and already both Uranus and Jupiter are under the beams of the sun. So we don't need to fight that. We don't need to innovate anymore, actually, or be really sort of busy looking for work or anything. Actually, what we need to do is just, you know, recognize we've had a very active period of time, and now it's time to just let it settle. Let all the waves that we've created, let them settle, let them rest, and see where they fall, see where they do settle. And, you know, you might find some of your thoughts and intentions just drift off. Some of these big promises and ideas that you have just kind of petered out a little bit, and that's fine. Just let those go. And then, you know, at the time of the new moon, see what's still relevant and put out an intention for it. Make it stronger, really feel into it. And then at the time of the Uranus Cazimi on the 13th, see what is arising within you in terms of consciousness, new ideas, change, innovation. See what comes up, any intuitions you get, any deep yearnings or knowings that you know you've got to do something about, then follow that impulse. But it's important to be quiet around those times so you really hear it when it comes calling. And then on the Jupiter Cazimi day, on the 18th, recognize when all of a sudden there's this feeling of, oh, aha, I have it. Oh, that feeling of serenity and deepest well-being, and think back, what thought caused that? Because these are all the stepping stones that help you use the earlier Uranus and Jupiter energy at the end of April. So go softly. There's no need to fight it. Just flow with it, and pay attention to those dates. Now, when the sun does go into Gemini on the 20th, it's highlighting the 8th house. Now, the 8th house is a particularly tricky house, but it's one that the Scorpio ascendant has an affinity for, because the 8th sign of the zodiac is Scorpio. And the 8th sign, like if you think of the rulers of Scorpio, they are Pluto and Mars. And so, you know, we have quite a strong understanding of secrets. We have a strong understanding of conflicts that might come up, the psychological conflicts that come up between families and stuff. And so around the 20th, as the sun goes into this area, our attention is absolutely recognizing the deep themes of Scorpio, or the 8th house, or Pluto, which is transformation, this kind of dark to light, you know, because Scorpio can bring us to our knees. And the sort of idea, like the 8th house really looks at the whole life cycle, from the birth to the life, the growth, and cycling right the way through to death. So we are in the full life cycle in the 8th house. Also, it's like a rite of passage. It shows us what we're leaving behind and what we're walking towards. So at some level, you know, from the 20th, it really feels like we're stepping into a whole new reality for ourselves. And it will be some things we need to leave behind. There will be some things that we say, okay, that's not part of my reality anymore. I really have shifted, and it's time to let those things go really gracefully and move into the direction that you're really going in. And that can be as pleasant or as difficult as you want it to be. Now, I realized as I said that I was a bit blasé. I made it sound like, oh, yeah, it's all easy. Of course, it's not. The 8th house brings us to some very deep and complicated emotions. Another theme of the 8th house is blame, shame, guilt, anger, resentment, bitterness, because, sorry about my dogs barking in the background. There must be a cat or something like laughing at them from the wall. But these big emotions, they're these places where other people are putting their values on you, you know. So another theme from the 20th is what is really going on and who do these emotions belong to? So if anyone's trying to put something on you, this is a great month to recognize that and to really move beyond it, you know, to be able to identify that. Look, it feels like you're trying to make me feel guilty. Are you aware of that? It sounds like you're trying to get me to get angry about something, you know, and so it's like calling out these things as they're happening. The chances are the person will be horrified that you've discovered what they're trying to do, and they might not even consciously be aware that that's what they're trying to do. But this is, the 8th house is a place of psychological games and conquests. So yeah, just have those questions ready. and you might find that they try and do it again. So you might have to say, hang on a second, it sounds like you're trying to make me feel guilty again. Are you really trying to do that? And then people usually wake up to what they're doing and stop. So yeah, this is interesting. This is an even deeper clearing. You are moving forwards in quite an exciting way. And like this Venus and Jupiter conjunction, the Sun, Venus and Jupiter going into Gemini, it's all awakening this area here. Now, the 8th house is also a place of taxes and investments and things like that, other people's money, and that kind of money that comes to you in lots of different ways. So it really can show a change in your tax status. It really can show money coming at you from all different angles. It can also show you a loan, you know, so there is a potential for you to really change the way you finance your life. And it might take a little bit of ingenuity, but there are real opportunities there as Venus and Jupiter and the Sun go into this area. So I hope that's helped you in terms of giving you a heads up for how this month might pan out for you. My last thought is, you know, if you would like to deep dive into your chart on a one-to-one basis with me, then I've got my links just below. And how I work is I just say, you know, click on the link of, you know, how long you want to work with me, and just book yourself into my diary. I just ask you to invite me to work with you, and that's how it works. So, you know, if I can help, all of my details are there below. But if not, I just wish you a really great month ahead. You know, I really hope you have an enjoyable month ahead. I hope you're able to really move forwards and start to enjoy your life, because it feels like things are really starting to free up now. So anyway, have a great month and hopefully catch up with you again real soon. Lots of love. Bye for now. Hey there. So Sagittarius Ascendant, how are you doing? So I'm just looking just to double check that I've got everything up on the screen, and I do. So let's start. Let's get cracking with your May forecast right now. Now, the first thing that I really want to kind of bring to your attention is just the sharp focus of where all the planets are right now. So with the exception of the moon that goes all the way around the zodiac each month, all the other planets are sandwiched between like 1 degree or like, let's say 0 degrees in the sign of Aquarius. We've got Pluto that starts to go retrograde on the 2nd of May from 2 degrees in the sign of Aquarius, and he will come out at some point. And then we've got like Saturn, we've got Neptune, we've got the North Node, we've got Chiron, then we've got Uranus and Jupiter. And of course, last month, I say last month, I'm actually recording this at the end of April, but on the 21st of April, we had the Uranus and Jupiter conjunction at 21 degrees in the sign of Taurus, right in this area, by the way. And by the end of this month of May, we will have not just the Sun and Venus, but also Jupiter in the sign of Gemini. So things are really shifting. We've got like this area here, this little wedge that is the place of all the activation in your chart. And then the most intense part is here in the sign of Taurus. Now, if you checked out the earlier part of my video where I detailed on a week-by-week basis the energies that we're all experiencing, not just Sagittarius ascendant or, you know, like these forecasts, but I do a forecast for like week 1, week 2, week 3, week 4. And as I describe them, I describe week 1 as being the one where really we just need to be calm and start to plan. And plan practicalities, you know, it's time to start thinking about being practical, but it's not really a time to take masses of action. And then as we're going into week 2, the energy is picking up a little bit, and there are some little low grade frustrations that are giving us enough awareness and intuition and motivation to make some changes. And then by week 3, the cumulative effect of those changes are starting to bring about actual actions that are really taking place. And then as we go into week 4 of May, there's a real sort of potent energy, you know, things are really, really strong. So there is this natural growth in energy and speed, and I would say, potency as we go through the month of May. Now, I also note that a lot of the energy is taking place here in the sign of Taurus, and that from the 20th of May, energy seems to be moving, kind of really shifting from the Taurus energy into the Gemini energy. So there is another shift. And funnily enough, you know, the 20th, that is at the end of week 3 leading into week 4. So again, that really fits with the story that it's getting busier and busier towards the end, and it kind of goes up exponentially. So there's a third observation that I want to share with you, and that is that a lot of this energy, it's Cazimis energy, and I'll explain that in a second, but because like it's also stepping stone energy. And I want to take you back to the 21st of April, which was 6 days ago from when I'm recording this. And on the 21st of April, we started a whole new Uranus and Jupiter cycle, which is a cycle of expression, independence, innovation, inspiration, growth, spirituality, like light intelligence, frequency. You know, it's a whole new journey that we're going on in terms of like raising our game and upping ourselves. You know, it's a really good new cycle, the start of a new cycle. It's a 13.5-year cycle roughly. Now it's set about a whole load of different things in motions. And I know in my life and in my husband's life, it's really created a lot of new ideas because of where it's landing in my life and also in my chart and also in his chart. It's created a really big uplift very, very quickly. And I've heard from lots of other people that things are starting to move very, very quickly and in quite a surprising way. And that a lot of people around me are particularly overwhelmed by what's going on. So there is that. Now, what I'm very conscious of is the fact that the sun has been coming up behind Uranus and Jupiter. And as of today, the 27th of April, the sun is so close to Uranus and Jupiter that it is starting to bleach out or kind of sound out, vibe out the energy of Uranus and Jupiter. So right now, Uranus and Jupiter are known as being under the beams of the sun. You know, they are weakened. They are not seen as very, very strong. So the sun is kind of taking center stage. Now, given that this is all happening in the 6th house, and the 6th house is about how we can manage our life, how we can manage our health, how we can get really clearer and get a bit more formulaic, in fact, in the 6th house in particular. You know, are we living a life that is working for us? Do we need to make some shifts? So, you know, having the sun go through this is actually quite helpful. You know, really all we need to do is relax and see where everything is settling. So the energy from the Jupiter and Uranus conjunction, which has kind of pushed lots of things around and thrown a lot of dust up in the air, we want to see where it's all settling, you know, and any ideas and things that kind of cease to be, that kind of blow themselves out, like peter out, they're not for us. But anything that is for us will still be there. And as the sun is getting closer and closer to Uranus and Jupiter, actually what we need to do is just kind of sit with the energy and just observe. This is actually the first week in May. The big job is to observe what's going on. Then, as we are coming up to the first Cazimi, because actually the new moon is a Cazimi, it's just a very quick one, you know, so the moon is activated by the sun's energy. You know, the sun is like blasting out its rays right the way it appears to be blasting through the moon. And, you know, we are upgraded and we are feeling a lot more sensitive, a lot more positive. It feels like we are connected into our soul's purpose, our higher self and stuff. That is a blast. It's like a little, it's like we're revving up the car a little bit right over, it's at 18 degrees, right over or very, very close to the point where Jupiter and Uranus are in their conjunction. So it's like a little pulse of energy reminding us that we have set something in motion. And although we're resting with the energy, yeah, we can still tune into it. So on the 8th and on the 13th and on the 18th, which are all 5 days apart. So we've got the 8th, the 13th, 5 days later, and 5 degrees more. And then funnily enough, the 18th, 5 days later, and at 28 degrees, 5 degrees more. So it's going up in increments of 5 and 5 days. You know, these are our little pulse days. So what I would suggest is just rest, really, really rest at the beginning of May. Notice what is still in your conscious awareness, observe it, see if it disappears, if it's, you know, is it for me or not? See what persists. And then on these days, the 8th, the 13th and 18th, they are your strong days where the more you can tune in and focus with the power of your intention, the power of your purity, your higher self, the more you can talk to yourself and through the veils, if that's your possibility, the more great conversations you have with people that stretch you, that inspire you, that are, yeah, creating openings and possibilities, the more you're activating this energy. And that's how I would run this whole month if I was in your shoes. Now, during that time, Mercury is also going to go into the sign of the 6th house and into the sign of Taurus. That's also a real sort of like beneficial step forwards. You know, Mercury in the sign of Aries can be a little bit ratty, can be a little bit short sometimes. And especially seeing as he went retrograde, he's connected 3 times with Chiron and is connected with the North Node. Mercury's a bit worn out, you know, so, you know, as Mercury comes into the 6th house, actually probably what's going to happen is your thoughts are going to calm. They're going to get a lot more practical and a lot less snippy. So I love that. So this is also helping us. And then from the 20th, in the last 11 days of the month, the sun goes into Gemini. Then on the 23rd, we've got a big day on the 23rd. In fact, like, I really recommend that if you're interested in the energy on the 23rd, listen to week 4 earlier in the video and you'll get a real good feel for it, because, you know, leading up to the full moon, we've got a conjunction between Venus and Jupiter. Now, Jupiter's your ruling planet if you've got Sagittarius ascendants. This is big. You know, and Jupiter coming into a conjunction with Venus. Venus is the other benefic. These are the 2 benefic planets, the 2 planets that bring about joy, peace, love, connection, flow, growth, like wealth. They are attracted to wealth and good circumstances. These 2 coming together on the day of the Sagittarius full moon is particularly interesting. You know, so this is a very, very big day. Moreover, Venus and Jupiter are also at the 29th degree in the sign of Taurus, the anuretic degree, just showing that there's something kind of special about this conjunction. And also, it's in an exact sextile to Neptune on the day. Neptune is also at the anuretic degree at 29 degrees in the sign of Pisces. So we've got these like 2 benefics and 1 deeply dreamy planet. And Jupiter does have a relationship with Neptune, you know, in the sign of Pisces. So we've got these three really quite positive expectations, I would say, coming from these planets and their conjunctions and configurations. And then we've got the full moon in Sagittarius as well, which is happening in your first house. So I would absolutely say for anyone with a strong Sagittarius energy and also Sagittarian ascendants, this is really affecting you at the level of your individuality, at the level of your identity. It feels like there is this interesting new start. Now, obviously full moons they don't necessarily feel like new starts. They're more like a release. You know, we've come as far as we can go. Now it's time to change. Now it's time to refine and let things go. So maybe you're coming to a moment where you realize you've collected a lot of things in your identity and it's time to let some of these go. They're kind of null and void now. And just follow what's going on with Jupiter. And then a couple of days later, Jupiter also joins the Sun and Venus in the sign of Gemini, and Jupiter comes through, starting off the whole of the highlighting of your 7th house. So this is amazing. You know, this is a really great progressive month. And like I said, I really see that the energies are step stoning even, from the new moon to the Uranus Cazimis, the Jupiter Cazimis, the Venus-Jupiter conjunction, and the full moon is the 23rd and then the 25th. So these are really, really big days. So if I was in your shoes, I would absolutely, you know, at the start of May or even, you know, the moment you listen to this, just really focus in on that Jupiter-Uranus conjunction on the 21st of April and just ask yourself, you know, what ideas have come up? What have I got excited about? What would I like to renew about myself? How might I want to change the way I'm living and really kind of change it in a fundamental way? How can I live it large? How can I be really creative and, you know, at the source of my life, you know? And then just get a feel for it, like build up the feeling of how you'd like to feel in your body. And then on each of these stepping stone days, like reproduce that feeling, keep producing that feeling. I say feeling very purposefully because, you know, Jupiter is your ruling planet. And, you know, this is the ruler of your first house, which is about your body and what you're feeling. Also, Venus is very much about physical feelings and sensations. So really pull on those feelings and just see what comes up. I just think this is a magical month ahead, full of promise. I do want to just put in a couple of caveats, and that's right at the end of the month. There are a couple of really kind of hair-raising energies. The first is the Mars conjunction with Chiron on the 29th. So that's here really sort of reminding you about the power of your creativity and how if you've got any self-sabotage that's stopping you from creating, it's worth checking that out and going a bit deeper into that and seeing what's going on. And then Uranus, you've got a conjunction between Uranus and Mercury on the 31st. That is absolutely supersizing all things to do with your brain, your creativity, your words, your downloads, your tuning in. This is a day when you could absolutely tune into the whole planet if you were able to tune into that exact frequency. I just think, you know, the potential of your brain could just really go far and wide. So there you go. I hope that's helpful to you. And if you would like a more personal deep dive, then if you just look below into the descriptions, you'll see all the different links to different readings I do. All I ask is that you invite me. So don't come and contact me. So I'd like to reading with you. You know, just simply click on these links for the one you like, book yourself into my diary, invite me to work with you, and we'll take it from there. Nice and easy. Whether I work with you or not, I absolutely love doing these forecasts. So I absolutely wish you a beautiful month of May. I really hope you can feel the deliciousness of some of this energy as it's coming in and coming on. It can be quite exhausting if you're feeling it in your body, but I'm pretty excited about it. Yeah, have a great month and hope to catch you in another video real soon. Lots of love to you. Bye for now. Okay, so let's have a look at Capricorn right now. So Capricorn ascendant, what is showing up for you in your life right now? So you'll see that, you know, each each month I do slightly different designs based on what I see coming up in the charts. This is quite a colourful one, I have to say. What I wanted to bring about really with this is to show you where all the planetary energy is really activating in your chart right now. So, you know, all of the planets except the moon, which obviously is able to move all the way around every single month, all the other planets are wedged between the sign of Aquarius and the end of Taurus. And then from the 20th of May, the Sun and then Venus on the 23rd and then Jupiter on the 25th head into the sign of Gemini. So, you know, there is this very sort of focused energy in this sort of part here in your world right now. So what houses are really activated? So we've got the second, which is about how you value yourself, your income, how you're earning your money, what resources you're able to pull in, and all things to do with your value, you know, the value of you being here. Then we've got the third house, which is very much about, I think, how your value extends to the local community. You know, where are you living? Where do you belong? How do you participate? So there's a lot going on right now in terms of your participation. And you've had Neptune going through there for quite some time, which will have created all sorts of new opportunities and interesting opportunities. And also it's probably given you an opportunity to hide a little bit within your community, or almost to pretend to be a different person within your community, because Neptune can be a bit of a deceiver. You know, it can create opportunities to be seen in a way that you're really not. Yeah. But however, you've also had Saturn going through there for quite some time, for just over a year. And, you know, Saturn going through this area of your chart is helping you to make good on any misrepresentations of you within your community. So, you know, you're able to get a much firmer grip within your community and within your peer group. You know, it just feels like you're starting to feel more comfortable there. And because you're feeling more comfortable, you're making yourself a bit more visible. You know, you're making good. And then you've had Chiron going through your fourth house for quite some time, which is interesting. You know, it makes you feel a bit more vulnerable at home. And so you've probably been thinking in terms of how can I make myself a bit more safe? Probably during this time, things have come into your awareness about old patterns to do with your childhood and stuff like that. And with the North Node coming in into this area as well, it's really highlighted the need to let go of the mind programs that aren't serving you anymore, and most of them came from childhood. So there's been probably a very deep cleansing. Now, all of these three houses have been very important over the last few months, and now where we are, the focus is very much on your creative purpose. Like, what are you bringing about in this world? Now, of course, the fifth house, I see it as a place of where we bring joy forwards. So you know, it could be to do with our children. It's very much about lovemaking, sensuality, the first few flushes of love and connection with intimate partners. It's also about our hobbies. You know, what do we absolutely live to do? You know, what is our creative purpose? If we had a creative purpose that brought us joy, and we were paid in joy, like, what would we do? And so it really, there's a lot of energy here. And so the energy essentially in this month ahead is moving from here and then coming into this part for next month. You know, so we are making this transition. And this is where it's going to start to get a bit more exciting. So yeah, that's my first observation in terms of this month ahead for you. The next is that we've got the new moon on the 8th at 18 degrees in the sign of Taurus. Then we've got Uranus Cazimi on the 13th at 23 degrees in the sign of Taurus. Then we've got the Jupiter Cazimi on the 18th at 28 degrees Taurus. It's funny, isn't it, how all of these degrees are matching the date as well. Like, so we've got 8, 3, 8. There's 5 days difference and another 5 days difference. It's 8, 3, 8, another 5 degrees, another 5 degrees. So it's kind of like, this is why I'm describing them as stepping stones. They're kind of equal stepping stones, really moving us forwards, really helping us to pace ourselves. Now, we've got 2 Cazimis. Now, what is a Cazimi? Now, I will be doing Cazimi videos about Uranus and Jupiter. I might do them as one, actually. I'm not entirely sure. But they are these uprushes of energy. They are activating something. They're creating a new cycle. In particular, the Uranus Cazimi is where the sun and Uranus come together and they work as one. You know, the sun is absolutely lighting up Uranus. So we get the full energy and intention of Uranus. So the desire for independence, freedom, truth, integrity, inventiveness, inspiration, very, very deep acting. And it's really there to free us up in a big way. Then we've got the Jupiter Cazimi, where the sun connects with Jupiter fully, and the light of the sun just sends Jupiter's rays. It's like Jupiter is shining on us, and we've got the full energy of hope and optimism and being in the right place at the right time and really being in a beautiful flow state. So I love that. And essentially the new moon is also a Cazimi, albeit it's one that happens every month. But essentially the sun and the moon come together from our perspective. And it's as if the sun is powering up the moon, so that our ability to tune into our purpose, our inspiration, our soul's purpose, that feeling of legacy, and maybe like the whole reason why we're here, that all just seems really, really important. So we've got these 3 really strong, powerful moments in time. Now, the thing with Cazimis is, as the sun is approaching these planets, immediately before and immediately after the Cazimis, the energy is dulled because the sun just kind of bleaches out all the energies of the moon, Uranus and Jupiter. It kind of washes it out, you know, or burns it out. Like all we can really perceive is the sun. The sun is just like, there it is. And you can't really perceive the other energies. And so what I really recommend you do, really from the start of May, but if you're listening to this, I'm recording this on the 27th. I'm going to release it on the 27th. So if you're listening to this, before the 1st of May, I recommend you start doing this from right now, because from right now, the 27th of April, the sun is already dulling Uranus and Jupiter. You know, we are less able to perceive their energy. And so what does this mean? Well, the Jupiter and Uranus conjunction of the 21st of April, yes, it like stirred things up. It created this new cycle. It's really exciting. Lots of things have been generated from this, a lot of heat and awareness and all sorts of stuff, creativity, individuality, this desire to really recreate ourselves, get excited and stuff, make a shift. And now it's time to just drop that energy and see where all these little parts, all these ideas, see where they fall. You know, just kind of let it go for a minute. In fact, let it go pretty much all month until we have these little stepping moments. And these stepping moments are the moments to say, okay, I've let it settle for a few days now. I'm going to tune into that energy. I'm going to give myself a day to really tune in, to really enjoy the energy of new beginnings, to really enjoy the energy of creation, to really enjoy the energy of consciousness, of hope, of creativeness for creativity's sake, and just see what comes up. So I absolutely recommend, as you come into May, and granted, you know, like week 1 to week 2, 3 and 4, it gets busier and busier and busier as the week goes on. So week 1, if you've listened to, you know, the start of this whole video, week 1 is about resting and observing what's going on so that you can make practical plans, you know, so that you might take some practical action, but it's really about sensing into the plans you might need to make. Week 2, there's some irritations kind of stepping us. Like these little irritations are just creating an inspiration to do something, to take some action, to get rid of the irritations. And so week 1 and week 2 is a bit busier. Then, you know, at the end of, at the beginning of week 2, we've got the new moon. It's giving us a little push and a little inspiration, a little nudge that what we started at the end of April is relevant. And if it's for you, it will come back to you. And then, you know, just at the end of week 2, we've got the Uranus Cazimi. So even if we've let things settle and we're just following what needs to be done, the Uranus Cazimis is giving us another push, another inspiration. As Mercury in between these dates on the 15th goes into the sign of Taurus, things get even clearer for us because, you know, Mercury going through Aries in your first house, also going retrograde in your fourth house over Chiron, over the North Node. In fact, Mercury over a 30-day period will have gone over Chiron 3 times, really bringing up a lot of raw emotion. So, you know, on the 15th, as Mercury going direct goes into the sign of Taurus, it's a welcome relief. You know, we're able to think practically and calmly, which is what we need because there's lots of exciting little pushes forwards. So I really see that this month is a month to be calm and positive and know that we are going to take practical action at just the right time and just when we are pushed to do it. There's no real reason to kind of pile headlong into this month and kind of being like knocking on the door of opportunity as if it's not going to open and listen to you. You know, really right now, the energy is just to let it rest and work when you feel the pull, when you feel the intention, when it arises within you, follow it. And then from the 20th, things kind of really shift. You know, so the sun goes into Gemini, it's your 6th house. So you're getting a bit more serious, things coming up. You're able to really start to take the action. Obviously, the 6th house is one that has a lot of action in it because it's about managing your home, your life, your money, your health. So it's very routine. The sun coming into this area and giving it positive energy is really helpful to you because it's what you need to get your creative projects underway. You need to kind of get it into your diary. And then on the 23rd, massive day, if I can say so, you know, Jupiter and Venus come into a conjunction at 29 degrees at the end of Taurus. They're also exactly in a sextile to Neptune at 29 degrees in the sign of Pisces. This is very dreamy. This is activating your 12th house, your 3rd house, you know, in particular, like with the dreamy Jupiter aspects and then the Neptune aspects. And it's also highlighting and activating your 5th house with the Venus energy and also the 10th house with your Venus energy. So it's a really strong day with really good energy. And then there's a full moon as well. And the full moon is in your 12th house. Now, this is a very strong day to really bring out your dreams. Now, the full moon in the 12th isn't that comfortable. It tends to make people a little bit fractious. You know, you may well be a little bit too intuitive. You might be a little bit oversensitive on this day. So, yeah, you might want to be a bit sensitive to that. You might not want to go anywhere too crowded on that day, but absolutely, it's a day to get your like sketch pad out or get your mind map out and refine it, review it and tune in. Very, very strong day. And then on the 25th, Jupiter's fully into Gemini. So, wow, what a big month. Right at the end of the month, I just want to make you aware that on the 29th, Mars is making a conjunction with Chiron. Again, if you're interested in this, listen to week 4 in the first part, because I really do talk quite a bit about that. But Mars and Chiron together is giving you almost like a physical reason to let go of anything that you're triggered about. You know, it's really reminding you that whatever you get triggered about is somehow felt in your body and held onto in your body. And then on the 31st, we've got this beautiful Mercury and Uranus conjunction, again, in this area. Oh, my goodness. Like the Mars and Chiron conjunction is just here in your 4th house. But this Mercury and Uranus sort of energy spike on the 31st is a really big moment as well. It's almost like one of those moments where our brains are just bursting with energy and ideas. So it's huge. So there you go, Capricorn Ascendant. This is a month really to refine and redesign your life in a very big way. Like I said, it gets busier as the month goes on. Stepstone it. Don't stress yourself out. Move when you feel called to move and dream big. Like really feel it as much as you can. And I really do think you're going to be coming into a very exciting time over the summer where a lot of your projects have the very practical actions taking place in your 6th house. This is really quite really, really quite excellent. If you would like me to deep dive into your personal chart, then please do just get in touch. My details are below, including links if you wanted to book a reading with me. Just book directly into my diary and invite me to join you. That's all that needs to happen. But whatever happens, absolutely have a fantastic month ahead. Really, really wish you lots of love and success. Success is the one that I think is really on the cards for you, by the way. And hopefully catch you in another session real soon. Lots of love to you. Bye for now. Okay, so let's have a look now at Aquarius Ascendant. So, how are you doing? So I'm imagining things have been a bit whizzy for you, given that many people with Aquarius Ascendant have a midheaven in the sign of Sagittarius, in particular people at the northern and southernmost areas of the latitudes. The people around the middle, not so. But yeah, your ruling planet, Uranus, or one of your ruling planets, was in like I would say the conjunction of the year, just like a week ago. So yeah, let's talk about what's going on for you, because this is a really huge month, a sort of huge continuation of the themes of last month. So if you've already listened to part 1, you'll understand that the weeks grow in intensity as we go through them. And if you do want to know more, I do recommend that you go back and listen to week 1, week 2, week 3, week 4, in particular 3 and 4, because they're the ones where things get super busy. You know, week 1, as far as I can see, is about really kind of allowing yourself to accept the energy where you are, just observing it and see what comes up within you as practical action. So you might say, okay, this is what I'm feeling. And you're just kind of relaxing, seeing what comes up. And then you're like, oh, I know what action I want to take. And you kind of write it down and you get ready for it. Start planning your month in. I don't think it's necessarily a week where you do want to actually take real practical action. You know, I see a lot more of that happening in week 2. Now, week 2, there's a few sort of irritations coming up, and yet they're not irreconcilable ones. They're ones that you can step through. You know, it feels like there's something that makes you go a bit grrr, you know, it gives you a bit of grit. And then from that, you think, oh, I need to do this. So it's like life is giving you just the right nudge at just the right moment in time. And then as we get into week 3, it's like so many things coming up, really giving you a big old nudge, not so much a nudge, but almost like a whack behind the head to say, come on, it's time to wake up, you know. And then like week 4, boom, it's the most potent week of May. I also want to draw attention to the fact that these 4 houses are really, really highlighted, in as much as all the planets, apart from the moon, at the start of the month feature in these 4 houses or signs. And the moon obviously carries on moving and peaks out. But from the 20th, the sun goes into the sign of Gemini, then Venus goes into Gemini on the 23rd, and then Jupiter goes into Gemini on the 25th. Now, Venus and Jupiter are known as the benefics, you know, the beneficial planets, the ones that create flow and ease and joy. They help us be valued more and to feel that value, and also create more wealth for ourselves. They are quite luxurious, I guess, in some respects. They also help us connect to people and feel optimistic and warm and hopeful. So, you know, and quite loving, in particular with Venus. And so these two, you know, not only are they both going into Gemini just a day apart from each other, or 2 days apart, but they're actually coming into a conjunction on the 23rd. Moreover, they are also exactly both in a sextile to Neptune. Now, Jupiter does have a bit of a reputation with Neptune. You know, they've got a shared responsibility of Pisces. So, you know, it's really kind of activating the Jupiter side of it. Is this conjunction is really activating your 11th and 2nd house, which is kind of earning with colleagues and, you know, like finding value from your networks, shared value. And then Venus, which is the ruler of Taurus and also Libra, is kind of activating your 4th and your 9th house as well. So, you know, we've got home and also outside of the home in an inspiring way. So these sort of energies I see are really pulling us outside of our home and what's normal, but in a really lucky way. You know, it feels like we can be co-creating in quite a wild and unforeseen way, if that makes sense. So yeah, the Venus and Jupiter energy is very, very strong in this month ahead. And their conjunction is also happening on the day of the full moon in Sagittarius. And of course, Jupiter rules Sagittarius. So this is a really, really strong day. You know, the moon is going to be in opposition to the sun, Jupiter and Venus all at the same time. When Venus and Jupiter are in a conjunction, it's a very, very strong day, sort of really working on your desire to be uniquely creative, and also feeling the tensions of where you're creating with other people and, you know, how that fits together. You know, sometimes our creations with other people aren't very comfortable, you know, so you might want to get really clear about what's not working, and see if you can see it happening ahead of time, because if it is, then, you know, it's time to take action, isn't it? So lots and lots going on. Now, I also want to bring up the idea in this month ahead that we've got stepping stone energy. You'll notice down here, there's these three like areas of activity very close to each other. We've got the new moon at 18 degrees Taurus on the 8th of May. We've got Uranus Cazimis at 23 degrees on the 13th of May. We've then got Jupiter Cazimis at 28 degrees on the 18th of May. It's 838, 838, interestingly. Each of them 5 degrees or 5 days apart from each other. Interesting little stepping stones. And then another 5 days later, we've got the Venus and Jupiter conjunction and full moon all happening just here. So it's like step, 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 step. You know, the energies are stepping you out of Taurus and into Gemini. Now, the other thing that's kind of uncanny, well, it's not uncanny because I guess Uranus and Jupiter were already there, but on the 21st of April, we had the Jupiter and Uranus conjunction, which was setting off a whole new cycle of excitement, faith, growth, inspiration, independence, sovereignty, truth, integrity. A whole new cycle set off on the 21st of April. And a lot of ideas came up, and probably lots of things that you're thinking, hang on, that feels like too much. How the hell do I sort of focus on it and tune into it? Now, what's important to realize as we're going into May is actually that we are coming into the Cazimis season of Uranus and Jupiter. Now, I will talk about these in a separate video, but the Cazimis essentially is where the sun gets closer and closer and closer to Uranus and Jupiter, and then it is right in a conjunction with Uranus or Jupiter, and it lights it up from behind. So it looks like the energy of the sun is absolutely focused on and through Uranus. It feels almost as if all of the Uranian energy can be fully perceived, and the sun is just energizing it to you. So the energy of Uranus is going to come through thick and fast. So independence, inspiration, you know, all that higher knowledge stuff. And similarly with Jupiter, when the sun and Jupiter conjunct it in the Cazimi, like our feelings of hope and optimism and luck and being in the right place at the right time and feeling that sense of well-being and growth, and that things are possible, that there is a future, that becomes really, really strong. Very, very strong energies. But leading up to it, as the sun's getting closer and closer, the sun is kind of bleaching out or heating out or burning out the energy of Uranus. So we don't really get to see it. All we see really is the sun. The sun is kind of the big thing that is the big thing. So leading up, and we are actually in the lead up right now, you know, Uranus and Jupiter are both known as being under the beams of the sun right now. The sun is overpowering them. And so actually it's time to kind of drop the inspiration. It's time to drop the mad, crazy, let's move on with this change really, really quickly. Quick, it's time for our growth just let it go for the time being and wait for these unique moments when the sun is activating Uranus on the 13th and the 18th. Now, if Uranus and the sun coming together is a Uranus Cazimi, and Jupiter and the sun coming together in a conjunction is the Jupiter Cazimi, then the new moon is also a Cazimi, you know, so the sun and the moon are appearing in the same part of the sky. It appears that the sun energizes the moon. And so that brings us absolutely into our soul's path, the rhythm of why we're here, that feeling of like deep intuitive belonging. You know, it feels like an emotional new start for us. So leading up to this month of May, what I would do right now, like the moment you listen to this, especially if you're listening in April, you know, the sun is already overpowering Uranus and Jupiter. So just let everything that has been changing this last week, just let it settle, let it get really clear. Don't try and change anything at home, because this is all happening in your 4th house, by the way. So you don't want it to, you know, really impact you at home. You don't need to do these big changes right now. The big thing to remember is just to kind of let anything happen, and be consciously aware that on the 8th, the 13th, and the 18th, there's likely to be this feeling of a spike of energy, or a spike of intuition, a spike of or a push, like a pulse. It's almost like a communication. And for those psychic people among us, you may well get like some kind of download, or if you're a channeler, you might get some ideas. Ask questions. If you channel, ask yourself all these questions, and wait until you hear this other voice come in. And it, you know, it could be the voice of your higher self, or the voice of the universe, or God, or whoever you commune with. You know, if you're an artist or a musician, you might expect this like pulse of inspiration. All of a sudden the music, the image, it's all there, it comes out. So yeah, whatever your creative process is, and this is here to affect the way you're living and change some of your behaviors that come from your childhood beliefs. So it's very deep acting. It's very much about your security and what you need at home. It may well bring about some changes in the way you are based at home. Like, are there more people coming in? Are there people coming out? Are you shifting your home or changing the way you live? What I'm saying really is, don't force the issue. Wait for these pulses, these jumps of energy on the 8th, 13th, 18th, and then the 23rd, and they will lead you through the whole process. Effectively, there's nothing to stress yourself with. Just wait until you feel that calling, and then move with the calling. Now, on the 23rd, energies are super strong, and they are highlighting your 5th house. It feels like this sort of creative rush is starting to come up. And maybe it's because you've really tuned in, and all of a sudden, you know, your mind body system is letting you hear your soul, like, or you're quiet enough and still enough that you can hear what's really going on, what's being communicated with you. And there's this sense of creativity coming in from the 20th, and a sense of joy. Like, maybe you've let go of the desire to be fed up with what goes on at home. You know, the home is a place that absolutely brings up all the old muck, all the things you're not happy with. And, you know, maybe the sun coming into the sign of Gemini is the release of that, the feeling of, you know what, actually all I want to focus on right now is joy, how I get into deeper joy. It might be through sensuality. The 5th house is very sexual and sensual and flirtatious. It might be through your children, or like birthing. It might be through your hobbies, the things that you absolutely are passionate about and would do or do, even if there's no financial benefit to doing them. It's your calling. So there is this feeling of releasing into the calling and loving that. And, you know, Venus joins you there. And at the full moon, there is some tension, like I said, about how other people are connecting with you. At the end of the month, it's worth noting that on the 29th, Mars is in a conjunction with Chiron, just here in the 3rd house. So there might be some, I don't know, some sort of angry people in your local community that you might want to take note of and kind of avoid. It does feel like a time when there's some very tense energies. But then a couple of days later, we've got Mercury and Uranus in a conjunction right here again, another one of these stepping stone days. Again, firing up on the intuitive possibility and the inventive possibility of these times. So this is a really incredible time. So Aquarius ascendant, I hope that's helpful for you to understand for the month of May. It gets busier as you go on. It's shifting you out of, you know, this very sort of personalized area and moving you into a place of much deeper creativity and joy. I see that as really beneficial. Last thing then, if you would like to work with me at a more personal level on a one-to-one basis, all my links are below. Just choose when or how you want to work with me. And all you need to do is book into my diary and literally invite me, literally invite me to work with you. And that's how I kind of roll. So that's available to you. But, you know, if not, have a fantastic month ahead. Really do have a remarkable, exciting month ahead. And maybe we'll catch you in another video. But thank you so much for listening and being part of this Feel Good Astrology community. Much love to you, and, you know, catch up with you real soon. Bye for now. Okay, so Pisces, let's have a look at how this amazing energy is really firing up in your life. Now, this has been a very, very busy year, hasn't it, so far? You know, in all the years I've been doing forecasts, I have to say, I've been quite overwhelmed by 2024. Most likely, you know, like 2021 was pretty big in terms of the astrology, but this one, 2024, is really fast acting. And actually, I think 2025 is having some great shifts too. Wow. Now, in the last month, obviously Jupiter and Uranus came closer and closer and closer together. If you've been paying attention to my videos or anyone else's, you'll know that Jupiter and Uranus came together for the first time in quite a while. On average, they come together every 13.5 years. So they came together just here at 21 degrees in the sign of Taurus. Now, Jupiter is one of the rulers of you. The other one is Neptune. Neptune has been in your first house for ages. It's getting right to the end. Next year, it is going to peak into Aries, and then it will go back into Pisces. But, you know, watching the position of Jupiter and Neptune is really important for you. It really gives you some like a looky-loo into what's going on, you know, for you in the future. Now, Jupiter is, if there was a man of the match right now, it would be, or a planet of the match, it would be Jupiter. Jupiter is really, truly where it's at the moment. So what I want to do is step you through how to make the most of this Jupiter energy in this month ahead. Now, the chances are, if you've got your Pisces ascendant, then most Pisces ascendant people would have a midheaven in the sign of Sagittarius. So like if you're like really high up in latitude or quite low down, it's less likely. But like if you're really close to the center, the chances are your ascendant is in the sign of Sagittarius, which is ruling your 10th house. So, you know, Jupiter's really important to you. It's ruling your body and also your legacy, like how you're coming forward in the world. Now, also, the full moon on the 23rd is in the sign of Sagittarius, which is ruled by Jupiter. So this is really a Jupiter full moon. You know, this is a very Jupiterian, Sagittarian. All the energies of Jupiter are right here. So yeah, this is a very, very intense Jupiter month. Now, Jupiter is all about growth, expansion. It's also about hope, optimism, how you can feel good, how you can feel better. It's also very much about faith and feeling the divine, feeling like you're in alignment with divinity and your soul's directive. Neptune is also very sort of soul-based as well. So there's all these themes that are coming out. Now, you'll notice that this picture is really quite bright for me. They're not normally quite this neon, but I really wanted to highlight that the fact that right now all the planets are between the beginning of Aquarius and the end of Taurus. And then from the 20th, the Sun, then Venus, then Jupiter will edge into the sign of Gemini. So there's a really strong focus. The only planet that isn't is the moon, which continues moving all the time. So all the other planets are in this wedge here. Now, what do these wedges represent? So the first one is Pluto is in the 12th house, and this is the place of the unconscious mind and our inner programming. So, you know, Pluto's only just come into here. And you're going to be having a long and slow and purposeful journey of Pluto going through here. And he's going to really revolutionize how you see your inner world. He will bring you internal in lots of different ways to, experience I think, the eternal via the internal. So like he'll help you get a feeling of where consciousness exists within you. And the best way in is like the best way to experience what all that is to go actually inside, and he will help you. And it won't always be easy, but Pluto is there to really transform your dream world and your intuition, your psychic abilities. Now, you've had Neptune going through your first house for a long time, which has created a lot of shifts and possibly some confusions in how you see yourself. And then Saturn in the last year has been going through this part of your world as well. He's been helping you like let go of old parts of your identity that are no longer needed. So they've done a bit of a double act. They've helped to refine who you really are, letting go, letting go, letting go. There's a lot of discernment. You now realize that a lot of the things you've been holding on to really weren't yours in the first place. And so you're getting clearer about yourself. You've also had Chiron going through the second house, which really does affect how you see yourself and also how you see your earnings. So it's maybe brought up some self-sabotage aspects, you know, how you self-sabotage your potential earnings, your potential, like how you receive things. I mean, it could also be read that you've gone into coaching because Chiron, or teaching and guiding, you know, because Chiron in the second can also show, you know, that need to coach and help people, which is great. But then you've also had the North Node go through here, and these two meet up. That is likely to have brought up quite a few insecurities about your value and purpose. You know, is there a real reason why you're here? And how can you process that? So that's all very interesting. Now, where all the planets are shifting to, and they started to shift there last month. You know, Uranus has been in your third house for a long time, creating a real different sense of how you behave in your local community. You know, you've wanted to be a lot more experimental, a lot more fun, and, you know, a lot more independent from your local community. You've probably brought something very different into that world. And then Jupiter coming through here as well has expanded the amount of people that you're relating to. You know, I really see that as all very quite beneficial. Now, when Jupiter and Uranus came together at 21 degrees in this sign, this really started the cycle of a new cycle of creativity, inspiration, change, innovation, independence, sovereignty, truth, all these different words that really give you a way to be your independent and sovereign self, to feel really inspired, to feel really in tune with your soul's directive, to feel absolutely magnificent, you know, to recognize that you are a unique person, a unique human being having a very different experience from other people. It's been there to show you really who you really are. And it's really magical because this is absolutely going to be manifesting over the next 13 years, showing how you are being different within your local communities. I see it's very special. Now, over this month ahead, in the month of May, we've got the new moon here at 18 degrees, just a couple of degrees away from that conjunction of last month. Then we've got Uranus Cazimi, just a couple of degrees away from where it was last month. And then later on, we've got Jupiter Cazimi, just 6 or 7 degrees away from where it was last month. So it's like this Jupiter and Uranus Cazimi is being reactivated by the new moon, Uranus Cazimi and Jupiter Cazimi. So that feels quite exciting. Now, with Cazimis, and I've done quite a few videos about Cazimis, and I will be doing something on Uranus and Jupiter in this month ahead, but effectively the sun gets closer and closer to these planets. And as the sun is getting closer and within reach of these planets, it starts to overpower the planets so that you don't really feel their energy. You feel more of the sun and what the sun's got and less of the Uranus or the Jupiter. So it all becomes about the sun. It all becomes about the personality. It all becomes about vitality, heat, and survival is a little bit of that. And the sun is very creative. It's our life, you know, it's the thing that gives us life. So there is something very much that overshadows Uranus's need to be independent or Jupiter's need for growth. And then as Uranus and the sun come together, all of a sudden Uranus is no more overwhelmed. Actually, what happens is the sun kind of like projects all this vitality through Uranus, and all of a sudden you get this shower of Uranian energy, like on steroids almost, like it comes at you, and it's this little window of opportunity. And you know, like I said, it will be, I will do a video about it, but it's roughly about 15 hours on the 13th, and then on Jupiter, the Jupiter Cazimi on the 18th, we've got 19 hours of this like sun showering the Jupiter energy on us. So these are windows where the Uranus and Jupiter energy become really, really strong. And then as the sun moves away, again, it starts to overpower the planets because, you know, all of a sudden the focus is really on the sun. So what I really recommend you do in May, and if you listen to part 1, where I did the week by week forecast, you'll know that week 1 is actually the one to rest and to observe your feelings and observe what's going on, and just to see what's occurring to you, and allow that to build up slowly but surely. As we come to week 2, we are starting to take practical action. There are little irritations that spur us on to the next thing we need to do. And as we go into week 3, the energies are getting more potent, more exciting. And then week 4, it's like, whoa, strongest week of the month. So it's like, and it's like an exponential curve. So what I really recommend you do, given that the sun is going to like drown out the Uranus and Jupiter energy, and also the moon energy, because the new moon is a Cazimi, after all, the moon Cazimi, although it's not called that because it happens for such a short space of time. But the exact new moon is also one of these moments where the moon's energy is really felt, you know, that higher self, that deep intuition, the feeling of purpose. I know why I'm here. That really comes out in its full force, and it's like the start of a new emotional journey for us. So it's a new opportunity. So what I would suggest is, in fact, the moment you listen to this video, because I'm releasing it in April, the end of April. So right now the sun is already starting to kind of cover up the Uranus and Jupiter energy. So I would just start to calm down from now and allow all the ideas and opportunities that have been bombarding us since the 21st, and just let them settle. You know, some of them are going to peter out, some of them will fade away, and it kind of doesn't matter, because anything that's for us will come back to us. Anything that isn't for us is just going to kind of be blown off somewhere else, you know, go off to somebody else's reality. So just sit with it in this first week. And of course, where this is happening in your chart is in the 3rd house. It's in the place of where you are local, in the place of where you're known, in that place where you might have the feeling of belonging. Also in a place of where you're communicating with people. Now, what's interesting to me is the fact that the 3rd house is actually really related to the sign of Gemini. The Gemini is the 3rd sign. You know, so there is an interesting kind of continuation of this theme, because, you know, for most of this month, the planets are really emphasizing the 3rd house. And then from the 20th, the sun, Venus and Jupiter are all heading into the sign of Gemini. It's in the 4th house, but there is definitely the Gemini energy, which has a 3rd house energy. So, you know, let all this stuff settle, enjoy yourself in the local community, but don't agree to do too much. Like, don't make too many plans. And then, you know, make a note of these dates in the diary: 8th, 13th, 18th, 23rd, like, and 25th. And these are your stepping stone days where the energy is likely to inspire you, push you along. So don't make any plans. Just on the 8th, see what arises within you and what you feel motivated to suddenly do. Allow yourself to really get into the feeling of creativity, the feeling of inspiration, the feeling of whatever it is you want to manifest in the world. I would say this is a really dreamy month for manifestation. Yeah, really dreamy. And then on the 13th, see what comes up that brings a sense of change, independence, truth, weirdness, but like you being naturally weird, things, originality, eccentricity, see what comes up. On the 18th, see what feelings of hope and growth come up. And again, each time this happens, feel it as much as you can and start dreaming it into being. These are very, very powerful days. Now, the 23rd is a very strong month, a strong time of the month. So we've got Venus and Jupiter in a conjunction, sextile, another one of your rulers. Your two rulers are in a connection together. So it's Jupiter and Neptune on the same day. Later on that day, Venus goes into Gemini. There's a full moon. That full moon is also in a trine to Neptune. So that's also very, very beneficial and dreamy. This full moon is not so annoying or fractious. It's not bringing out so many of the full moon feelings that we normally get. If anything, it's creating that sense of dream as big as you want, and then dream it even bigger. It just feels like anything is possible. So yeah, this full moon is activating your 10th house. It is creating a sense of how you step up into an even stronger version of yourself, how you become even more responsible, maybe how you have more control or more power. Even though Jupiter and Neptune aren't necessarily, or Venus necessarily, they're not really talking about power, but it's showing you how you naturally come into your own. So any intentions that you have to find yourself coming into your own is absolutely beneficial for you. So yeah, they're my recommendations. Now, at the end of the month, on the 29th, Mars is in a conjunction with Chiron just here. That could be a moment where you start to doubt yourself. Really important to sidestep that. Well, not sidestep, I mean, you wouldn't want to ignore it. Like, pay attention to what comes up, but then really ask yourself, does this belong to me? Is this really mine? Or is this just my, like, a 3-year-old, 4-year-old self worrying about something that actually I'm really capable of resolving myself? You may well find some really old stuff comes up that's kind of kept in the fascia of your skin and muscle. It's like an old pattern that comes up, and it's interesting. It's in Mars, Mars and Chiron together. You can work it out with your body, like deep massage. It feels like things are coming up. So maybe on the 29th, you might actually want to, or just before the 29th, have a good massage that helps to release things, or something like reflexology, or something like cranial sacral therapy, something like that. The 29th is a day to allow these things up and to be able to look at them with a thoughtful gaze and not necessarily personalize them. On the 31st, Mercury and Uranus come together, and that is a really powerful brain day. Again, it's right here on this sort of nexus point. So all of these are stepping you into this future destination here. And of course, the next new moon will just be around the corner, around about here. So you're absolutely helping to get yourself into a new phase, a new project, a new feeling of release, a new freedom, all these new things. So there you go, Pisces ascendant. I think that's quite a hopeful one. Definitely shifting from the sort of pained and deep and psychological part of this first part of the year. So if you do want to work with me at a deeper level, feel free to book into my diary. All my links are just below, so just check those out. But have a fantastic month ahead, really, truly. Sending you lots of love wherever you are in the world, and hopefully see you in another video. Bye for now. So that's the end of my epic May video. I hope you found that inspiring. I'm quite inspired by that now. I'm quite excited at the potentials. I don't know about you, but so much change has come up for me and my husband since the 21st. Like leading into it, we were aware of a couple of opportunities. And then funnily enough, not because we were deliberately trying to create something on the 21st, but because we had the opportunity to have a meeting with somebody, this whole new opportunity has started, and literally on the 21st, and we signed about this opportunity on the day of the full moon. So like astrology is absolutely been pacing us through some really quite big change in a really positive way. And I'm actually quite excited that May is actually best intuited and felt, and you know, just waiting for that moment to go, okay, this is my next move, but not pre-planning it, just really going with the flow as much as possible. So very excited about that. So thank you for joining me once again. Please do feel free to share this. If you think this is going to be beneficial for your friends or family, then please do feel free to share it. I really love that you do that. And, you know, thank you if you just subscribed. Welcome. You know, I hope you like the channel. I've got a list of things, you know, each month I'm writing lists of, look how scrappy my writing is. I've got so many different things I want to do videos on, like Pluto retrograde. You know, things are so busy right now. I don't know if I'll get the chance to. I will do the new moon and full moon and something Cazimis-ish. But boy, what a time to be alive, eh? So anyway, thanks for joining me. Lots and lots of love to you. Get in touch if there's anything you want to reach out to me with. But yeah, loads of love. Have a peaceful, exciting, inspiring month, and check in with you real soon. Bye for now.